Okay, good morning, and that's my pleasure to start this session as chair. This is the first session of our conference. This is the first conference, physical conference, because we had a lot of other meeting at Oxford Dialogue as the association. Oxford Dialogue, just to remind, is a comprehensive network of academics that are from 15 different countries, from US to Asia, and of course including Europe. And that's a very interesting subject today, the one of emerging trends in sustainability and innovation. And this is something which probably what we could appreciate is the cross-discipline approach and cross-cultural approach to this topic. And the idea of the sessions is balancing this, the way by which we can focus on a single area, like the sustainability, for example, from different perspectives. And today the panel will be composed by three esteemed colleagues that are from Oxford University, UK, Dr. Young-hae, and the first presentation will be how Dr. Chi. That will be the second presentation today, according to how to work, live and love deadly towards a meta-ethical foundation of innovation through a new understanding of death, while the first presentation will be from Professor Galen AMSTUTZ from Berkeley, the Institute of Buddhist Studies, and formerly Harvard University in the US. And the title of the presentation will be Reducing Harms or Promoting Goods, Thoughts on Epistemic Humility and the Next Era in the History of Human Consumption. After Professor AMSTUTZ and Professor Chi, we will have an online presentation by Professor Batsukh DAVAASUREN and Dr. Mashlai TSOLMON from the Mongolian National University, and the title will be Study on Ethics and Etiquettes of Business Relationships in Mongolia. The idea of this panel is to have the full presentation, and after that we will have a Q&A panel. So of course we started a little bit in late, so I ask just to give the full respect of the presentation as we need, but probably the questions, if they are, probably we have to focus on 2-3 topics, and then we will move to the second session, as this is a long way today of presentations and also sessions with different topics, and probably we have to be respectful to the schedule. So my pleasure is to give the floor to Professor AMSTUTZ from Berkeley to give his presentation, and I ask him if he can come here and presentation here. You can.
Can we open the PowerPoint?
Oh yes, this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, how can I control it? Which buttons?
This?
Oh.
Ok.
Ma è così già, non si può mettere larga?
Sì, un attimo, vediamo. Non lo sto scaricando, così facciamo prima. Ok, metti...
arrows. Let's show it.
Whoops, wait, no.
This one. Oh no.
Oh, that one, okay,
Okay. So
Okay.
this one
okay,
next.
okay.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here to represent Oxford Dialogues and to help LUM get started again in a series of conferences after a long break. It's hard to get restarted, isn't it? So we understand, and we're all making an effort. I wanted to emphasize how much I appreciated Dr. Garzoni's comment yesterday about Professor Park. This too is an in-disciplined presentation. It's about crossing boundaries, very much in that spirit, I think, of revolution. First couple of talks will not be so much about economics as other issues from humanities and religious studies to try to open your imagination. And behind everything everyone does, even in economics, is existential and religious life issues. W.H. Auden was a famous British poet, and he made a joke one time. We are all here on earth to help others. What on earth the others are here for, I don't know. When I first heard this, I thought this was very funny, but as I get older, it seems more true. Octavio Paz, a Mexican Nobel Prize winner, knew by the middle of the 20th century that our common sense of disorientation is worldwide. He says, today we all speak, if not the same tongue, the same universal language, but there's no one center. Time has lost its former coherence, east and west. Yesterday and tomorrow exist as a confused jumble in each one of us. So we're all a bit disoriented. This is the modern condition. So I'll spend about 15 minutes saying some high points of my paper. It's online if you want to go further into some of these issues. There's lots of information. But first, the audience. Who is this man? Anyone know? His name is Václav Smil. He's a Canadian. He's famous for research on resources, energy, and especially one of his emphases is about how the modern societies depend on fossil fuels. Absolutely, and we're trying to get away from it now, but we've put ourselves in a big hole, and together with neoliberal economics and an expansion of expectations, enormous increase in expectations about life in the 20th century. But it depends on fossil fuels. We're struggling. There's lots of other things in my paper about changes that have happened in the 20th century. But we have much higher economic expectations than we used to have. And this recognition works together now with the fuel crisis and perhaps a big sense of declining expectations. So how do we think about some of these things from the standpoint of human rights? This is my approach. This is a different way, perhaps, to think about the economy. I don't know what you think. This is a lens today for asking some questions. And I have a particular interest in Buddhism, of all things. I want to see if something about human rights goes together with something about Buddhism, goes together with a way of thinking about the economy in the near future especially, make some bridges. And my conclusion will be that we have to move towards a position of minimalism, maybe lower expectations or somewhat different kind of expectations about what the economy can do morally. And this is not a usual approach to mix Western thinking and Buddhist thinking and economics about consumption and minimalism, but let's try. A word about human rights. Everybody knows something about this today because it's a kind of lingua franca which originates in Western Europe in the middle of the 20th century. but it goes together with rising expectations about human life. It's connected to the disasters of World War II, but it expanded greatly, and we can make a very positive expectation about what's going on with possibilities of all kinds of rights. You can look up the Universal Declaration of Human Rights online easily. It's kind of, again, lingua franca. But it's also very conflicted from the beginning in the middle of the 20th century, and one of its problems was a tendency to expand and expand, because rights can include all kinds of claims and all kinds of entitlements. Now, of course, ideas about caretaking and treating human beings as human beings exist in all kinds of societies and religious traditions, but the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was a kind of program from the middle of the 20th century that has been very powerful, but also just all kinds of disagreements and conflicts go along with it, because it can embrace so many things. In researching this, I discovered that there's tens of thousands of NGOs, or non-governmental organizations in the world now, competing, contending, making all sorts of claims for all sorts of goals. And various political scientists who've looked at this recently found this frustrating because it's so, in some cases, so chaotic. And a long series of questions about what rights can do, whether it's about utopian politics or whether it's about more humbly just preventing catastrophes like starvation. Now, for Buddhism, well, this is not the first thing you'd find if you study human rights. It's a late comer to the situation because the societies of Asia didn't have the sort of politics and history that characterized Western Europe. So they have lots of ideas about caretaking, but they're not ideas about human rights that come out of an Enlightenment or 19th century social thought in the West in the way that the human rights of the Universal Declaration do. You might ask why this has any relevance at all. It has some relevance because although many or most things about Buddhism don't link up very well with human rights, and I can't explain this today in a few minutes, but this is the case. For one thing, much of the vocabulary doesn't match. Even a term like human dignity doesn't really have a vocabulary counterpart in Buddhist technical language. But generally, Buddhist traditions, and there are many kinds of them, but they're concerned about maybe a protective common good. There's a sense that the underlying assumptions are about human difficulty and suffering and ways to get out of it, and that in this process of trying to deal with our existential situation, we understand somehow a protective common good, even if it's somewhat less articulated than in Europe. And some of you, if you've read anything about Indian religions, you may have encountered this term ahimsa, which is a common piece of vocabulary for not harming, not hurting. At the bottom of all these considerations, we can find this idea, a minimal idea, at least. We understand suffering and we would like to not harm. This isn't particularly well developed, or not conclusively developed. And actually, things that happened in the West are maybe more interesting, especially to us here in Italy in the West today. So I want to mention a couple of interesting intellectuals who seem to indicate perhaps a kind of convergence on minimalism. Now this is secular. Now, I'm not going to say anything about the Catholic Church. Is that okay? Okay. Although they have a great deal to say about care and compassion. But this, even in the secular realm, what's occurred in the last couple of decades is that the frustration about human rights has led some scholars to turn explicitly to a more minimal notion of rights as a way to cope with the confusion. Minimal non-harm. And this is one of them. His name is Brian S. Turner. He is a sociologist from Britain. A funny thing about these two people I'm going to mention, one name is Turner, one is named Sklar. They don't seem to know anything about Buddhism, but some of their ideas have become similar or semi-parallel. In researching this, I discovered there do seem to be limits on globalization. What a surprise. This is what Turner thinks. He's a sociologist. He focused on vulnerability, this term in English, vulnerability, the people's availability to be hurt. Turner thinks that academics has often been too relativistic, almost too generous to many different kinds of societies, because you can lose track of this question of vulnerability. We don't have to have what's called universal natural law about persons. For someone like Turner, vulnerability by itself is a kind of common truth, a kind of, he even calls it an ontology, even an ontology, that is a kind of being. And he finds four principles of vulnerability in human beings. One is the body, the physical body, or social dependency, like especially with children, and social interconnectedness, and the sheer precariousness or instability of social institutions. And the thing they have in common is the human experience of vulnerability, which he thinks is the most fundamental source of human solidarity. But he's very well aware that the modern social system is fragmented, it's hybridized, it's fragile. Even the body, even in modern medical environments, is subject to pain and suffering. Everyone can feel precarious. And you should look into Turner. He has lots and lots to say about this. And particularly if you're interested in citizenship problems. I discovered in researching that citizenship has become a serious philosophical problem in the modern world, to define the boundaries of membership in one or another society or context. What Turner thinks, someone like Turner thinks, if we recognize vulnerability, we can develop a stance of tolerance, understanding. He calls this, he labels this cosmopolitanism, and he thinks it's not really an option because it's not multiculturalism versus monoculturalism. It's a kind of issue that Professor Park, for example, has long been interested in. But the challenges between his kind of cosmopolitanism, his tolerance, his flexibility, versus nihilism. It's either cosmopolitanism or chaos to preserve any kind of governance, any kind of society or state. So look into Turner. Here's another one, though. Judith Sklar. She was an American political philosopher. If Turner's a sociologist, this Judith Sklar is a political scientist. She's a couple of decades before. She's kind of a sui generis figure, multiple interests. She made a famous argument, at least among political scientists, called the liberalism of fear. Now, she's an American, so she's interested in this tradition called liberalism, which is about maximum personal freedom. But she was very skeptical, and she recognized that we can't fully agree on definitions of our purpose. We can't fully agree on definitions of our self. We're not really all agreed in this room on who we are as persons, maybe. But what we can do, she argued, is identify and avoid cruelty. And she's working entirely within the West European tradition. This is what's so interesting. Actually, she liked Montaigne, Michel de Montaigne most of all. But to put cruelty first in talking about political science and liberalism was a real different move at the time, and she's had a lot of influence. She hated utopianism. She hated high ideals. She wanted focus on the everyday life, its difficulties. She was really suspicious of government, you have to say. And there has to be some commitment to political institutions, but the real focus of everything has to be cruelty. And she defines this as a deliberate infliction of unnecessary fear and pain by stronger over weaker, which she found to be characteristic of government and history in the 20th century. She has a lot to say. If you know anything about Buddhism, Buddhism is skeptical about personhood, static or essential personhood, but Sklar, working out of purely the Western tradition, she also questioned this. She didn't think you actually have to have a really sharp notion of self or personhood to identify cruelty and avoid cruelty. And this will lead to a kind of orientation to democracy. Look into Sklar, famous American thinker now. But I have 5 more minutes, and maybe, well, you might say, maybe we've already recognized that the minimal thing is avoiding cruelty, because we are going through a moment right now of high interest in philanthropy and charity globally. And I'd introduce another writer, he's an American political scientist named Samuel Moyne. He criticized the overemphasis on human rights as it developed in the Declaration of Human Rights from the United Nations. He thought that, well, it's a complicated argument. He thinks that there's really 2 issues for him. One is called sufficiency, which means that people have basic subsistence, they can live. But there's also equality, which refers to the extent that income is unevenly distributed. And for him, sufficiency, this is the minimum for survival for human beings is not adequate. There have to be greater ideals in welfarism. Now maybe in a European social welfare context, maybe this is more familiar, but Moyne has argued that neoliberalism and other movements have caused charity and philanthropy as minimal offering to the world has sort of taken over from a larger, more comprehensive sense of social welfare and better distribution of income. You should look into his work too. He has lots to say about the history of welfare, social rights. I think these are questions that are of great interest in modern Italy too. And the way he looks at this as an American might be of interest. But what he finds disappointing is that since the 70s gradually and the arrival of more and more neoliberalism, we have lots of philanthropy, lots of charity, but at the same time, lots and lots of income inequality. And he doesn't think this is good enough. And he has a wonderful expression here. So we used to say there was a world of haves and have-nots. Now he says we have a world of have-enoughs versus have-much-mores. Have-much-mores. Thinking of the Russian yachts in the Mediterranean. And still, some people have looked at the human rights problem today and the welfare problem have sometimes still come to the conclusion that it's almost as if the only thing we can agree on is this minimal goal of sufficiency. giving people to have enough, even though we have to live together with have much mores. Really complicated, interesting problems, but maybe not good enough because there's potential for populist rage against hierarchy, material stagnation, migration. Human migration is going to become more and more serious with climate change. And you call this palliative charity, you know, just enough to make people, to dull the pain. And it's not very good, certainly not very spiritual. And there's global heating. There's going to be a lot of cruelty anyway. We're always dealing with complex systems that are incompletely understood by us. Do we have any conclusions? No. It seems to me that, again, I'm thinking about Western political science, I'm thinking about Buddhism, and I'm trying to think about the economy. If we think about vulnerability and putting cruelty first, it suggests, well, we need to do better in our existential sensibility, at least for a couple of centuries, you know. I guess eventually the carbon dioxide will come down, but we're facing a really tough near future. And maybe, instead of thinking about growth, we have to think about the economy in a different way. Not so much about human flourishing, which is one old Aristotelian phrase that is often used, but to think about the prevention of suffering, human vulnerability, putting cruelty first in our concerns. Now it seems to me this is a reorientation of imagination, and that's what I'm trying to offer you here at the beginning of this, this conference. And you can think, do we need to reorient our imagination? You know, in English, very recently we're starting to get an expression, degrowth. Have you met this one? Degrowth. It means that actually have to think about changing the size of the economy in order to deal with problems like climate heating, and thinking more again about vulnerability, cruelty. Maybe there's a convergence here then between East and West, maybe. Maybe that's the only consensus we can get. I'm still not finding this so much in The Economist magazine. But to close too, these images are from Japan. This is from a recent newspaper. This is called the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals List. Have you met this one? I think it's widely promoted by the United Nations. And this is the kind of goals that you find in the Declaration of Human Rights. We want, the idea is to link sustainability of development with no poverty, no hunger, good health, education, gender equality, clean water, clean energy, decent work, economic growth, industry, innovation, infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities, responsible production, climate action, protection of biosphere, peace and justice, and partnerships. And that's all, you know. But that's the goal. This is the context of the rhetoric or the speech about sustainable development. And what is sustainability, though? This is, again, if we focus instead on vulnerability and cruelty, does it go together with sustainability in the way that sustainability is now being received? The newspaper article, the New York Times newspaper in the United States, was a little bit skeptical about this. This is the way it's appearing in Japan. You see here it's on the side of a subway train. Everybody's wearing badges. Professor Hirasawa, who is here, can tell us more about it. He just saw it. But the newspaper wonders if people want to score public relations points with these ideas of sustainability. they want to borrow the charm and rhetoric and public relations power of an idea like sustainability. A Buddhist temple, it says, has a program to cut back on maintenance in the graveyard to free up space to make progress towards development. But for the final note in this newspaper, they took a poll, a data bank in Japan took a poll about the public reaction, and about a third of the people responded to sustainable development as seeking decent work and, yes, economic growth. About 7% or less responded to these kind of ideals. Less than 7% is taking the ideals to mean no poverty, zero hunger, clean water, protection of diversity, and so on. So the public is struggling to find out what sustainability will mean, if it's going to mean something new along the lines, maybe, of a minimal sense of the vulnerability and cruelty. That's all. Thank you very much. And let's talk about anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor AMSTUTZ. I think that probably is the best to proceed with the works, with the presentation, and then we just have time for having some questions after. Okay, so Dott.
Where is it? Where? No. Check. What about here? Go to file. No. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so the presentation will be on this topic and complement what is the ethical and philosophical perspective that we have seen before. The presentation is how to work, live and love deadly towards a metaethical foundation of innovation through a new understanding of death. So, is that?
Is it slide? Is our presentation?
Okay.
Right, and from the beginning.
This one?
And this is how they proceed.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So it's slow. Yeah. How many minutes do I have?
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay, 15 minutes is fine.
Okay. Yes.
Okay,
Just
so
in case I forget,
sorry, yours.
please let me know the
Yeah.
13th minute. Okay. Well, good morning. My presentation will be very weird, very strange. It's about innovation and death. Nobody wants to talk about. Nobody wants to talk about death. You want to talk about life, because it means the end of everything. Why am I here? I'm a metaphysician, philosopher, and theologian. And what does it have to do with management studies? Well, the title here is Innovation and Death. Please treat innovation here as a kind of a wide range connotation, almost like entrepreneurial initiatives, not in a very narrow sense. Not only making new things, sometimes businesses look for past for some sales. We can call it retro innovation as well. So please treat innovation in a wider sense. The reason I'm talking about death this morning is very clear. Whatever you do, you think about your eventuality. We disappear. Well, you might say, I don't think of death and, in daily life. I don't think about that, but actually you think. Is there always in a background conditioning everything, really, for marriage, for studying, even for tourism, whatever. It's actually, whether you are aware of or unaware, it's always there. It conditions your action, decision, your thinking, your preference, your choice. It's always there. It is the largest kind of parameter within which everything happens. So then talking about innovation, entrepreneurial initiatives, business thinking, they're all within this larger framework. And therefore, there must be something to do. It has something to do with business studies. What I'm going to say, talk this morning, will be 4 points. I'll talk about this definition of death as we know it. We all know it's the end of everything. But I want to introduce a new understanding of death. This is something happening globally. It has been happening for the last 75 years, or even before that. We have a very insightful understanding of death from Asian religious backgrounds. So I will talk about that in the second half, but I will not go into religious things. It's too much for the 15 minutes I was given. We don't have to go to what is the old understanding. I will use old understanding of death shortly, old death, or OD, as opposed to new understanding of death, new death, or ND. And we don't have to talk about old death, old understanding of death. It is heavily governed by modern materialism and scientific materialism and philosophical materialism, which means consciousness, our mind, is entirely dependent on biological process. So consciousness is a product of neural process. When your body dies, you die, that's the end, and therefore we see a lot in culture, in literature. When you have time, enjoy your life before it's too late. Don't think about what will happen after you die, because there's nothing there. This is old understanding. And what is the consequence of this attitude? St. Augustine, in the 3rd century, one of the founding fathers of Western civilization, already predicted what human beings will do facing their eventuality of their demise. He said, well, we are going to escape into material consumption. Not only material consumption, we'll escape into avoid, really, death by indulging in power, sex, and really pride. And St. Augustine called this cardinal sins. And one of them is escape into excessive material acquisition and consumption. And this theme was taken up by modern existential philosophy. They defined the human life as something being thrown, just thrown into nothingness. We don't know where we came from, and we don't know where we are going. Just simply, we are originated from nowhere and destined to nowhere. And From there, we have constant neurotic anxiety. That's the misery of human life. You try to forget it, but it's always there in the background. And modern pop cultures are full of episodes of men and women indulging in material consumption and ownership simply as a strategy of avoiding this eventuality. And you see there, luxurious goods. And this has been confirmed by many researchers. And this is where the old death comes into play in relation to marketing strategy. And this is very good, really, venue for further research, for measurement studies. There are some studies done, but not fully. And they found if you remind the consumers of the eventuality of death, they tend to increase their consumption and increase their spending on luxury goods. So if you want to make money, whisper into your prospective consumers that you will die. And they will rush out all and buy things, expensive things. This has been confirmed by some of the contemporary researchers. So the basic message should be, you will die. And the more you consume, the more you are. This is the kind of message you are constantly hearing from media and from business circle. Is that kind of marketing desirable, ethical? No, it's actually squeezing your fear of death into commercial behavior. Is really unethical. It's robbery, really. It should be stopped. I think if you look at some kind of commercial advert, there should be a hidden message there. The finitude of human life there. If you watch very carefully, there's always hidden message there, and it affects your subconsciousness. It makes you go out and shopping. We have many problems for this. As you indulge in consumption, overconsumption leads to overproduction, oversupply and overproduction, and excessive depletion of natural resources. And in the end, we have environmental problems. So all the environmental kind of catastrophes are basically originated from existing anxiety. There is a deep philosophical and metaphysical cause there. And, well, this is not today's theme, but I think if you want to really tackle the environmental problem, then you should look at the root cause of that. It is very deep, really. I talked about new death. A drastically new understanding of death is emerging globally now. This is what I want to really say, this one sentence this morning. And that new understanding, research on that new understanding has been carried out by many institutions and many prominent philosophers, psychologists, medical professors, many in the States and also in the UK and all over the world, actually. What they have found is we don't die. There is no death as we know it. This is actually confirmation of what the sages in India, in China, in Korea, Japan, and Middle East have long been saying, talking about death. Individual consciousness survives after physical death. That's the findings of modern empirical studies. As I said, I wouldn't go into religious stories, but they're although I said new death, it's not actually new death. It is ancient wisdom. but it is newly confirmed knowledge. There are many ways of confirming this. You may have heard NDEs, near-death experiences. Those who have cardiac arrest, everything, this biological process just stopped. Meanwhile, they experience something, extension of survival of consciousness, and go there, not completely, is dead then, but come back and say something about the state, quasi-dead state, and say, no, body and consciousness, two different things. You leave your body and still you exist, but in a more full way, in a fuller consciousness and sensibility, if you like. If you haven't read my presentation available on the internet, please do so, because there's lots of things there. I cannot go through all of them. I will just introduce some of the NDE aspect. They leave their body and float and see their bodies above, and they go through a certain tunnel and see light, and there you meet diseased, spirits of diseased relatives, your grandmother, grandfather, and in the end, what is most important experience here is you feel enormous flooding of love, but you are told you must go back because there's something undone yet. You have to finish it and come back. And the message is love is everything. And really here, a material plane is almost like a school for learning something, kind of evolution of your consciousness. And what matters is really service, doing service to others, for your children, for your parents, your friends, colleagues, and to wider society. And there's nothing else important. That is the core message. Let's go back, actually. No. The NDEs reported about what death is, and accordingly they actually show great changes with their behavior and psychology. They are, of course, they are no longer afraid of death because there is no death, and becomes very least socially competitive and aggressive and more sympathetic towards other people's plight. So very sympathetic towards kind of minimalism, ahimsa, no harm, and feeling greater oneness with nature, Mother Earth, and the whole universe, and therefore more prone to environmental protection, and becoming more spiritual, and looking for opportunities to serve others by any means, including business behavior. Now, I was thinking about this. So, what is the implication of this new understanding of death for today's topic? Entrepreneurial initiatives and innovation. And I came up with no answer. Why?
Everyone.
When this knowledge becomes public knowledge, becomes widely available, the society will be totally different, becomes radically changed one. And from there, what does entrepreneurial initiatives and innovation mean? Even perhaps they mean nothing, perhaps. So I don't have any answer to that question, but vaguely, I think profit maximization will not be the primary goal of business anymore. It will be more focused on social service and socially responsible enterprises. We have already those formats although it is a very small part of the entire business world, but it will be the major kind of format of business, I suppose. And yes, and okay, and the businesses will put more emphasis on long-term, short-term, long-term, mid-term positive effects on human health and human happiness. I think that will be clear. And provided the present production system is in still operation, then human resources will be managed with great focus on the development of a human capacity as a human being. And human beings, the workers will not be treated anymore as a part of a conveyor belt. They will be treated as a final destination of corporate care and respect. I know this sounds like utopian, but that can happen, I think. So, in short, all the products and services and the relationship between business will be less competitive, but instead reflect the least profit-driven kind of economic process. Right. I think it's desirable and ethical. We should ask the same question. Yes, clearly. I mean, it's desirable. If I'm treated as a final destination of a corporate respect and care, why not? I would like it, and there will be new era. So, and finally, I think entrepreneurs, able and perceptive ones, will look far into the future and will be prepared for those dawning of a new era, I suppose. And they will, in the end, in their management styles, they will begin to see the dawning of a new era, as I said, which will put greatest emphasis on human values rather than profit maximization. And this is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chi. Just a comment, and so I ask also in this spirit to se potete anche connettere la professoressa magari. Sì. And just a comment is about that's my answer. I don't know if it is an answer or not, but according to the concept of death in entrepreneurial studies, it started with Schumpeter with the creative destruction. It means that probably when you innovate, there is something that probably will die. If we start with iPhone, probably the Nokia will die, and if we start with iPhone, probably other products like camera, like other. So the concept of death is inside the innovation.
Inside, okay,
and also
right,
is something which you have the survival to the death through the products, through the innovation side, to the continuity of the company. Because probably even the people that are managing the companies, so the entrepreneurs, think about death, and because of the death they do a lot of things when they are able to do in order to be to start with we can say memory for a long time. We can have very important entrepreneurs that are doing a lot of philanthropy, not because of the philanthropy itself, but because of the idea of survival to the death and staying with the long continuity. So I think that even the death is part of what we can say.
What Antonello is saying is two things. One, management studies is a greater discipline than theology and metaphysics. And at the heart of business studies, there's a metaphysics, a serious metaphysics and ethics.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. So we can pass to Professor Batsukh DAVAASUREN. Thanks for being here from the Mongolian National University. The title of the presentation is Study on Ethics and Etiquettes of Business Relationship in Mongolia. I give the floor to you, and I mean, probably you can be heard by the audience here. So, thank you.
Hello, how are you?
Yes. Hello.
You hear us? This screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also,
Yeah.
yes, it's not only Professor DAVAASUREN, Dr. TSOLMON Masai. Okay, so yes, we can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
And if you want, you can do your presentation. Okay, that's perfect. We see and we will have the presentation. Okay, please.
Okay, our study is a study on the business ethics and business etiquette in Mongolian business sector in the context of the Mongolian condition. And we co-authors are the Professor DAVAASUREN and PhD candidate Chardin and Dr. Four of us studied this one. Okay, here is the content of our study, and the first one is the purpose of the study, and the second one is the literature review, but I want to skip the literature review and the primary research result, and then the conclusion. Okay, here is the purpose of our study, and it is aimed to determine the ethics and the etiquettes of the Mongolian business people at the following different stages of the business, studying the theoretical aspect of research, methodology of ethics in the business and business etiquettes. And the stages of the business we divided into the 4 parts. The first one is inception stage, the second one is development, and then maintenance and the solution stage. You don't see my good, right? It's just only the first slide. Hello? Hello?
Yes, here we are. We see the slide. You have probably to.
Yeah. Now I'm on the third page, third slide of my PPT,
okay.
but on YouTube I see only
ma le
the
slide
slide screen.
vengono proiettate da qua. Eh? Ma questa secondo me non è proiettata da lui. Non credo. Okay, you have to change the
Okay, let me share again. Let me stop and share again.
okay. Is you can
Just hold on, please. Okay, now I think it's gonna work.
okay, we see the slides.
Now I'm on the third page of my slides. Okay. Let's do it in another way.
Okay, then we see the slide. The purpose
Okay,
of study.
let's let's go on like this. Okay, we divided into the 4 stages of 4 stages into the business relationship stages. Okay, and the research was conducted using the methodology proposed by the Professor Kim Shaban et al. And they developed the list of the 16 ethical attributes and 161 etiquette items, and studying the European countries and Asian countries and Oceania, and they developed those of them. And in the Asian context, they picked up the main 10 items. First one, equity and equal opportunity, and the second one, fair competition. The third one, fairness in general, and then governance, transparency. On fifth, social responsibility and similar morals. Another four is the credibility and commitment to the business relationship, and keeping promises, and reliability. For the business etiquettes, they picked up 25 items out of the 161 main items, and it's for the Asian context. And here the prime result of the primary research. And we covered the 362 entities of the Mongolia for our study. Here the general information about our respondents. And we tried to focus on the age group because it's vital to our study to see our results. Sorry for that, I have a cough. Sorry for that. And here the general information. Okay, for the Mongolians, the Mongolian business people considered 13 items as very important out of those of 15 items, and other 2 items are considered somewhat important. Here are the items here, and the maximum value is 7, and minimum one is the 1. Okay, by the sex, and here the comparison we have, and we can see being ethical is more important for the Mongolian women than the men from the variance of average score. For women, 14 out of all 15 items of ethics considered the scores of 0.14 to 0.4 higher than men. There is only the one item that the men considered higher than the men is governance, transparency. Here the ethical degree of the business people by age. For the people between 36 to 45 years old, they prefer the most of the items are the considerable than another age groups. For here, the ethical degree of the business people by the stages of the business relationship, and from here, the Mongolian business people consider being ethical is more important at all stages, except the dissolution stage. Maybe at the dissolution stage, I think they lost the trust, and there is no future. They prefer. There is, of course, there is no future for the business relationship for them. Okay, here the site. What part they represent to the business relationship, and we divided it into the 2 sides. Of course, first one the seller side, and the second one is buyer side. For this case, there is no significant difference between the role of the transaction. However, the seller side prefers social responsibility, commitment to the relationship, respectfulness, and similar morals than the buyer side. Whereas the buyer side prefer fairness and the equal opportunity than the seller side. For here, here is an overview of the business etiquette in Mongolia. Okay, the study of some business etiquette of Mongolia showed that they are essential to somewhat extent in determining whether they are vital to business relationships. And punctuality, respect, trust, and communication are crucial in Mongolian business relations. And while the items such as personal appearance and gift giving are relatively insignificant for the Mongolians. It's by the sex, and women are more likely to value the above-mentioned etiquette items than men, and they estimated 0.40 to 0.2 percentage points, giving more importance to the business etiquette, including social behavior and respect, respectively. For men, only one dimension of gift giving is more highly recommended than by the women. And from the perspectives of the parties to the business relationship, the buyer is more willing to follow the etiquette in the business relationship. They appreciated the importance of all the items compared to the seller, especially the respect for the customer and the cultural sensitivity of the business relationship between 0.35 to 0.39. And the importance of general business items regarding the stages of business relationship. The items mentioned earlier are relatively low at the inception and the solution stage. However, we emphasize the importance of these items at the development stage with high attributes that make a favorable and open relationship, extend mutual understanding and business communication levels. During the maintenance stage of the relationship, it's more important to treat each other with respect and to be a reliable partner. And here is the detailed view of the business etiquette in Mongolia, context of Mongolia. And here the most important dimensions for the Mongols. It's the commitment to the relationship, being competent, being prompt, and meeting commitments, providing competent solutions, and respect for all parties, and demonstrate loyalty. Earlier I mentioned that our study is based on the study work by the Professor Kim Shan-Pham et al. And here are some comparison between Mongolia and China. Because the previous work conducted by them in 2021 is focused on context of China, and here we see some comparisons. For the business people of the China, the wedding phase is on the 4th important thing, but for the Mongols it's a 13th, and developing personal relations is on the 11th, but for the Mongols it's 24th, and great host with food, the dimension of the great host with food is on 15th for the context of China, but in context of Mongolia it's on the 31st, and addressing people by their appropriate title is on the 17th, but for the Mongolians it's 27th. Okay, here the social relation etiquette, and Mongolians consider these indicators to be the little importance in business relationships. On the other hand, Mongolian people in business value interpersonal etiquette less important, and on the other hand, such etiquette has not been established in Mongolian relations yet. Maybe we see that in this way. Okay, for the social relation etiquette, the average score is 4.61, and for this part, the female respondents tended to value the importance of social etiquette in business relationships more than men. Moreover, they pay less attention to saving phase and knowledge hierarchy than men. And to sum up, the men value business goals and commitments more than social relationships. Furthermore, within the framework of the business relationship stage, in the reception stage, people considerably focus on maintaining respectful relations at showing deference to people and authority. The point was the 5.48, and another one, the important one is maintaining humor and the knowledge hierarchy using educational and personal titles and giving gifts. Okay, the maintenance stage, they less considered the items mentioned above, However, the dissolution, the importance of those items was at the minimum level compared to other stages of importance of the business relationship of these items. This suggests that during the maintenance and dissolution of the business relationships, the importance of social etiquette sub-items decreases, and also the need to expect business relationships declines. For the oral etiquette, the survey respondents rated the 6 sub-items of etiquette expressions as relatively significant with a score of 4.84. However, the emphasis on direct talking is a vital characteristic.
Okay, 3 minutes more for the presentation. Okay, so
okay.
we can get to the conclusion, please.
Okay. For the commitment etiquette, the being loyal, being competent, meeting commitments, being prompt, offering competent solutions, showing respect for all, the keeping commitment to the relationships are much more important than for the Mongolians. Here also the part of the commitment etiquette, and here is the cultural sensitivity etiquette. Okay, in terms of the age groups and the people between 26 to 35 appreciate the importance of the cultural adaptation, while older people value the importance of the respecting intercultural differences. Okay, here is our conclusion. The research on issues of the business ethics are widely studied theoretically and practically in recent years. Ethics is considered as a philosophical aspect in some ways. It's explained from the view of behavior, values, norms, and attitudes of the whole organization members and its stakeholders. An average score given by the respondents on the importance of business ethics is the 5.681, which means they consider the ethics as a significant factor in the business relationship. Okay, in business etiquette, business people in Mongolia highly value the characteristics like being loyal, committed, competent, prompt, and providing competent solutions to the business partner. And from the result, if we compare it to the context of the China, and we see one more thing from our study result. That's the next, and we are planning to extend our survey into the cultural context by Edward Hall, because the Chinese people consider it the part of the high context culture, but by our result, the Mongolians, we are the Mongolians on the opposite side of the high culture context, but we need to prove, we need to study our culture context, culture in the, by the Edward Hall's model. That we see it's going to be interesting result awaited if you do that. Okay, that's all.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think that we have 5 minutes more on the schedule for just some questions or some reflection on the presentations that we had. Yes, please. I don't know if there is a question. Okay, so.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, so no, I have a question. According to the different perspectives, we have seen the perspective of Buddhism and even the philosophical perspective on the sustainable goals, so the sustainability of the planet, and also maybe that could be the same question also if we think in a different perspective about death of the planet, death of the people, and so on. But my question is, according to the the overall understanding of and the different culture can foster different understanding about sustainability, and if there is probably something according to what you presented, Professor AMSTUTZ, in terms of the Buddhist perspective on you can say sustainability, saving the planet, being respectful for the planet, but at the same time we see that some Buddhist countries where Buddhism is probably the major religion did not respect at the same time in terms of using the resources, using different. So what is counterintuitive in this situation? Is not the religion, is the political side, there is something that we don't know exactly, because it seems that there is a, how to say, a situation that is not exactly the same about sustainability by one side, in terms of the social norms, the religion, and at the same time some political issues that comes in a different way. I mean, probably.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Dr. Garzoni, as you say, yeah, in the real worlds of real countries and real societies, Buddhist ideas are only one kind of input. And it can be theoretical. And people in the West have a long history of seeing too many ideal things there, you know, because it seems to be an alternative. But still there's an underlying theoretical difference. You want to see something, I mean, countries like Thailand are full of contradictions. Japan is full of contradictions. That's my special study. An interesting case, though, is Bhutan. You probably read something about Bhutan, where there, in an unusual way, the government has tried to organize policy around an idea of maximum happiness. Happiness is sustainability, sort of Buddhist thinking about caretaking. This goes together. But there aren't any really splendid examples anywhere of really. The problem is that the current global economic situation, political situation, technological situation requires some kind of fundamental rethinking, as you're well aware. I mean, really serious, not just cliches, not just platitudes, but really something serious. And nobody knows how to do it yet. So I'm just presenting, you know, some other input to bring in, because we want to have as many ideas from the whole global repertoire of ideas that we can.
Okay. Thank you so much. In a different perspective, it's the same question, but according to the idea of death, you spoke about reincarnation or some ideas of surviving to the death, or why not, a different meaning of the death. And if we consider this by an ethical and philosophical perspective, according to not innovation but sustainability in this case. So you spoke about innovation, but if we look at sustainability, what could mean this idea of new death?
Well, when we say sustainability, sustain, meaning maintain the present level of consumption, production, and lifestyle. I don't know whether it is possible or not. I'm just questioning the fundamental justification of using the word sustainability. We all talk about treat sustainability as a kind of norm to achieve, but I think the present lifestyle, sorry? Okay, yeah. The present level of consumption and production, I think it's totally wrong. It's too much. In other words, we should not sustain. We must really step down or reduce the size and scale of our lifestyle. Of course, it's difficult, almost impossible. Once you taste it, the convenience of modern life, it is very difficult to go back to something else, prior level of consumption, unless you have a revolutionary change in your mind. That's why I am talking about death. Unless you, I mean, the reason that we produce so much and consume so much is, as I said in my presentation, there is no tomorrow for me. That's the basic reason. So I think I basically fundamentally question the term sustainability. But when we reduce production and consumption, what kind of system we'll have? I don't know, really. There will be so much problems, really. Employment connotation, and really, we don't know what kind of a situation we'll be in. I believe when, as I said, the new understanding of death becomes public norm, then we'll have a completely different production system and distribution system, whatever we call it. It will not be capitalist market system anymore. That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if, okay. Yes, please, I don't know if there is, probably you have to come here. Yeah, you can go there. Yes, you can say.
Hand the mic? Oh, you do?
Thank you very much. As probably you don't know my name is Pa, coming from Free University Berlin, Germany. Okay? Bonjour. I noticed some difference between two speakers. I think the Galen AMSTUTZ is going non-linear way of interpreting happiness or quality of life, while Professor G is going the linear way. And you are citing Japanese cases, and I put one more case, Bhutan. Bhutan's GNH context is exactly what you are talking about. I want to both of you to make a comment on my intervention. Thank you.
And thank you. And Professor Nevis? No, Nevis. Just a comment.
Yeah. So,
Yes, it works.
okay. Thank you. Just two short points. The first one is just to highlight this question of the human rights paradigm and the tension with religion and religious approach. Basically because the paradigm is based on secularism and a movement that started with the Soviet state meditation. So, and human rights have a difficulty in dealing with the religious phenomenon. It expresses the freedom of religion, which is of course a very important freedom, but has some problems in dealing with what is the profound beliefs of many people around the world from different creeds, and this is, I think, a contemporary problem. So, as I said, the other point about minimalism, and this also has to do with the death thing, is I think it's important to distinguish between some short-term and long-term perspectives. Perhaps both of you were talking about the long-term perspectives. But the short term, the minimalism is everything. If we talk about avoiding mass killings, genocide, if you talk about preventing arbitrary prisons, this is everything for human beings. So the focusing on the well-being, which relates to economic rights, economic and social rights, this is only one dimension of human rights. There are other dimensions which are very concrete, short-term, and are very crucial for many people on the planet whose survival is every day at stake. They do not know if next day they will be alive. So just to make this, because I think it's useful, because we have to respond to these two challenges.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And I think that we deserve a coffee break right now, and then 11:10 probably for coming back and starting in the next session. Okay.
Thank you, Antonello. because I want to use the PPT.
Do you have this?
Yeah, here.
Ah, okay, this is great.
Where is the Young-hae University? Wait a minute. Where is the?
Ok. Sì, sì, tu presenti tutti, la sessione, eccetera, eccetera. Questo genere, poi c'è scritto, no, i vari istituti di afferenza.
Okay, so let's start. Good morning to everybody. It is a great pleasure for me to chair this interesting session related to knowledge economy and the university industry municipal cooperation. Let me introduce myself very briefly. My name is Giustina Secundo. I am full professor of management engineering at the Department of Management, Finance and Technology of University LUM. I am also delegate of our rector to the innovation and third activities for the university. So this track, I am very honored to chair this track, whose main goal is to present and introduce and to move in deep into the strategic relationship between a university, between which companies and with institutions within the local territory. For our system, it is really important to create an ecosystem, a local ecosystem, where the university is the center of this ecosystem in the knowledge transfer, technology transfer, knowledge creation competencies for the local territory. So the track is composed by, will be organized into three main speeches. And I have the great honor to introduce at first Dr. Young-hae of the University of Oxford. Professor Chi will present the case of Oxford University. And the title of the presentation will be How University Industry and the City Can Grow in Symbiosis, the case of Oxford University. Then we will be the speech of our rector, Professor Garzoni. Professor Garzoni will present and will discuss how University LUM is moving ahead within the local ecosystem in order to become the so-called entrepreneurial university. And then we will conclude this interesting track with Professor Park Sang-jo of the Vrije Universiteit of Berkeley. Professor Park will introduce the case of university and widening knowledge gap through multinational R&D investments. So I am sure that we will enjoy this interesting track thanks to the competencies and thanks to the reputation of our speaker within this interesting research field of industry-university cooperation. So thank you very much, and I am very glad to give the floor to Professor Young-hae of University of Oxford. The floor is yours. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Hello again. And I have 15 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, 15 minutes. Well, this will be more specific, kind of narrow range of the topic. This will be the case of Oxford University, and I will look at 4 questions. Very briefly, what is the importance of a university for the age of knowledge economy? Secondly, and how has Oxford University been affecting the city of Oxford, UK economy in a wider scale and beyond? And thirdly, so how I believe greatly, to a great extent, Oxford University has been successful in materializing its intellectual assets into some commercial profits, and I would like to see how it happened. And the focus here is the institution, Oxford University Innovation. This is a limited company set up and owned exclusively by the university. I don't know whether LUM has this kind of system. And I will spend more time on the third question. And finally, what is the experience of Oxford University about the future roles of university in general in relation to ethical decision and ethical innovation? That's quite not clear. Well, it's a diagram how university fit into the overall structure of the system wherein knowledge is produced and circulated, producing profits. Here, the key point is the university actually starts the cycle, and the small, medium, and large enterprises take it up and then turn them into knowledge into production and please customers. And the government also provides infrastructure and support research and academic institutions in the process of knowledge economy. I don't think I have to really emphasize the importance of the role of a university for the coming age of knowledge economy. University is a source of original thinking, creativity. So without universities, a future economy may not work properly. And we had yesterday meetings, collaborations between university and industrialists, and we had useful talks, which is an indicator of the much required, really, collaboration between the two sections. I wouldn't go this in details. You can refer to my presentation file there. I want to emphasize Oxford University's impact on economy at various levels is enormous. If you look at its impact on global economy, it's a very recent 2017 statistics. 8.2 billion US dollars is the turnout. And UK economy alone, it has impact in the region of 6.7 billion US dollars. And it adds values so much to the entire national economy. If you look at the map, you will not see there very clearly, but Oxford City is flanked by two hills, so you can't go left or right any further. There are ships and cows, but on the north and south there's open space, and because of the university's very active, vibrant, really participation in creating economy, it has created over the last 30 or 40 years, northern part and southern part, industrial parks. They are all where spin-outs, university spin-outs are located, or investors and other companies which came from abroad to exploit the knowledge assets created and accumulated by the university. So the city of university owes a great deal to the university for expansion. And the university has contributed to creating lots of jobs. Health, because Oxford University has very good large-scale hospital and science and engineering section. I asked one of the LUM people here, what is the proportion of science and engineering, and the answer was rather it is a small part yet.
But we are increasing, yeah.
Increasing, yes. I think this is crucial, really. I see lots of management people here, management studies. Now, you want to manage, but you want to manage what?
Yeah, exactly.
Then this list talk of need to collaborate with other universities. So we'll talk about this later. Yeah. I mean, the university has great impact on the job market, creating lots of jobs in education, of course, and then health, as I said, and scientific, technical, much above the average figure of UK national level. And therefore, the residents in the city of Oxford, they are richer than those outside in the UK. You see the figure. On average, the resident Oxford City earns 36,740 whatever dollars per year, whereas the national average is slightly lower, $32,000 per annum. Now, we come to the third section. In order for a university to materialize its intellectual property into tangible services and products, I think it needs really something there, some kind of mediator, mediating the university and industry, and mediating the university to consumer investors. And yes, the university created this OUI, Oxford University Innovation, in 1978. It has renamed 1978 and renamed as the present name 2016, owned solely by the university and managing university's IP portfolio, handling all the academic and human resources of the university. Now, what does it do? Outbound function is working with university academics and researchers who wish to commercialize their work through patenting and licensing and spin-out company formation, and consulting and material sales. Material sales, the portion is very small, but mainly is a spin-outs and patenting and consulting. Inbound, the OUI liaises external investors and technology seekers and potential commercial collaborators, domestic and abroad, both, with Oxford academics and researchers who wish to commercialize their IP. Please refer to my file about how OUI is doing in terms of income and investment. The very recent statistics shows the total income was $22 million US. It's huge as a university associated kind of institution. For example, last year, this is a very recent figure, the total number of patents under its management, 4,455, and consulting services, there were 531 cases, and spin-outs 23 per year, 23, and startups, 4 startups, and lots of very vibrant commercial activities. And it found $1,331 million extra investment from all over the world. I see the growth of Chinese investment into spin-outs initiated by the university researchers and professors. What does it focus on? Of course, it's a knowledge economy, and it is preparing itself for the dawning of, as already dawned upon us, fourth industrial revolution. Emphasis on autonomous vehicles, digital health, quantum computing, which is becoming very popular, space and satellite applications. There's a huge complex around Oxford. About 25 miles away from Oxford, there are some satellite towns where there are space agencies, various space-related technology development companies there. Plus AI, we talked about AI yesterday, machine learning and robotics. But recently, if you look at OUI report last year's report, The pandemic has influenced greatly, so they are also broadening their horizon into various fields, including pandemic-related technology projects and climate change-related clean techniques, and UN SDG-related ventures. Now, does all this mean the university only sells knowledge for money? The answer is no. University is really guardian of ethics in doing business. And Oxford University is a very, very good case of this. And it was splendidly shown when it developed, involved in AstraZeneca, Oxford University. There's a formal title, Oxford University AstraZeneca vaccine. And let me introduce very briefly what it did in the process. The vaccine was developed by two people, basically. Professor Sarah Gilbert, she designed the vaccine, and then Professor Andrew Pollard took charge of clinical trial, and it was developed at the Jena Institute of the university. But OUI was involved also, because OUI, the function is managing its IP, the whole university IP, so it played a very serious role. And the most significant role is actually to set the pricing, the pricing of the vaccine. And you already know the AstraZeneca was one of the cheapest, actually $4 per shot, whereas Moderna was 33, quite expensive. Pfizer, $20, and then Sputnik, $10. And so how could they do this? In the process of developing this vaccine, the two professors and also OUI agreed that this vaccine should be made available to everybody, including those people in poor countries. This is not only for people in rich countries. They have money to buy vaccines elsewhere. So we strictly stick to our philosophy, which is a vaccine should be a common property of all humanity. So I put there, I will read briefly. A crucial aspect of the Oxford-AstraZeneca deal was coming to an agreement on cost, which saw the vaccine priced at $3 a shot, with AstraZeneca agreeing to produce it at cost through the length of the pandemic. And anyway, OUI played an important role in supporting the deal and managing intellectual property related to the development and sales sales should be in the region of AstraZeneca, which is different company. So this shows university has something to do still. It's a very important actor in setting ethical guidelines. If AstraZeneca was developed by commercial companies, we will all know, we all know what would have happened. And that has happened to Pfizer and Moderna. But thanks to this OUI intervention in pricing and the university in general, millions, if not billions, lives were saved through this ethical decision. So you see the contrast between the commercial activities when university was involved and when only commercial companies were involved. I think when university is involved, there are three things that can induce to ethical kind of business. There are three elements. One, university is relatively free from the pressure of profit maximization by the nature of the institution. And university scientists and engineers are exposed to lateral influence from their non-scientific, non-engineering side colleagues, whose research is reflect a lot on the ethical consideration and things. And thirdly, university holds original knowledge, and therefore it has a superior position in commercial dealings, unlike commercial bodies. So university is very unique when it plays a role in commercial process, and very uniquely capable of maintaining certain ethical standard. So, to conclude, one, university crucially influences and shapes the way the city and the adjacent region grow. And secondly, while the world is plagued by ever-growing unethical business practices, we all know that university still firmly stands and it will do so in the coming, in the foreseeable future, as a very important epicenter of ethical innovation.
So I really would like to thank Professor Che for this inspiring speech about the key role of the university within a country, within a region, and above all, the important relation between industry and university. I would like to make you a question, because my curiosity is about the so-called dichotomy between the role of the university scientists from one side that are involved within the research, within the laboratory, within the engineering and science department, and from the other side on the necessity for people working within the university, for the faculty to become an entrepreneur in order to be able to commercialize the research, the results of the science. So how to combine, my question is, how to combine the role from one side of the university scientists with the role of the entrepreneurs that sometimes these people need to achieve in order to be able to commercialize the results of the universities, so improving also the growth of the local territory.
So relationship between the scientists who does original research and then those same colleagues, professors within the university wants to commercialize.
Right.
Well, I mean, the second group does not have any say over the research results are done by the first group, because my research results is my own belonging, and the question is what to do with these findings. There you need somebody who can actually give advice and who can find investors for me. And that is done by OUI rather than your colleagues, really. Perhaps that's a new model, But in Oxford, the second group does not have any role to play. So the first group, the original thinkers and scientists and engineers, and the OUI. Why do we need OUI? Because scientists are very busy. And they're very conservative. They don't know what to do with their IP, really. So that's why the university actually established OUI, which is specialized in commercializing those things. And scientists and engineers are very happy with working together with the OUI. Of course, some portion of the profit goes to university, but that's given. And I can get 8%, you have 20%. It all depends on the contract. So I think OUI is a very nice institution. Actually, I was going to ask you when I presented my paper whether the LUM has a very similar institution, very well established.
Thanks a lot for this reply. That allowed me to imagine another typology of question, curiosity. Do you think that within the university system, within the university ecosystem, we will be able to create the so-called interdisciplinary profile of, for example, scientist entrepreneurs or engineer entrepreneurs. Engineering entrepreneurship,
okay.
yeah, people able to identify the opportunities coming from technology, and at the same time, people with the capacity to move on the market. So what do you think about this novel professional interdisciplinary profile?
Well, I suppose they are all academicians.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think it works.
Yeah.
I think the materializing IP should be left in the hands of professionals. Those who are the OUI people, they are solely devoting their whole time, 24 hours and 7 days, to commercializing those IPs. And so I don't think there's I don't think it functions really that way. Yeah. But my question was, now you really need the science and engineering parts, because I mean, by the nature of the present economic system, it's all high technology intensive areas like robotics and AI and quantum computers. And there are two ways. Either LUM should really expand those areas, or collaborate with other universities which has relative strength. I think there are two strategies, but the second one has a great implication. It implies large kind of consortium, exploiting each other's relative advantage. So, for example, LUM is specialized in management and commercializing, like playing almost like an OUI function, leaving everything to engineering and original research to other universities. Then the problem is that you will depend upon in the future other universities. But if you do everything, there's a heavy, it will take time. I don't know, it's up to Antonello to decide.
Thank you, thanks a lot for your inspiring ideas and for sharing with us your research. Thanks a lot.
Just suggestion.
Yeah, thank you. So now the time is good for introducing Professor Antonello Garzoni, that you know very well. Our rector will introduce the model of the university and how our universities is moving ahead into a transformational model of an entrepreneurial universities. So, Professor Garzoni, the floor is yours.
No, I stay here. I do not have any presentation, so no, you can stay there. You can stay here. Absolutely. Okay, so no, thanks a lot, Giusy, for this introduction, this kind of introduction. It is something which it could be. It has been interesting for me to think about our model, because I was stimulated by the colleagues, Sungjo Park and Young-hae to think about how we are moving. So that's the idea of the paper in which I highlighted some key points of the university's third mission. That is probably what we are in a certain way obliged to do in order to think about the economic growth of our institutions and the territory in which we are. And at the same time, as my field of studies is strategic management and the entrepreneurship, I added some notes according to the entrepreneurship and attitude that is important for building up an entrepreneurial university. And in the end of the paper, I try to highlight which are the key points if we want to focus on something that could be, I don't mean a model, it could be not so humble to think ourselves as a model, but I think that this is our way to understand what could be the need of a certain area and how we can behave in order to support the economic growth of this area. Let me start just with something that is clear in the US, and I don't know if it is so clear here in Italy. And there is something that probably is, I don't know if it is a motto, is a citation probably, that is typical in American universities, that if you want to build up a big city, then found a university and wait for 100 years. That's the typical way of... and I mean, this is something that moved, for example, JFK to finance a lot in the Silicon Valley, the Berkeley, Stanford, with a lot of programs, and I mean Stanford with a lot of technology programs, thinking according to the way by which you can improve the technology side that is important if you want to foster economic development. And the second thing that we can look at Stanford as a case is the attitude of a dean that started with thinking that entrepreneurship is probably very important if you want to use technology not as itself, so innovation, but thinking innovation as something that comes up from people that want to use technology and transform it into products. And this is something which you can leverage on all the intellectual property that comes from professional companies and why not even researchers in the university labs in order to foster entrepreneurship and we can say academic spin-off. That is probably another part of the way by which you can focus on the growth of a territory, of a land. And I can add also that the third point that Stanford made Stanford as it is, so very important in terms of the brilliant Silicon Valley production and also the entrepreneurial side, was something that probably we lack totally in Italy and maybe in a lot of part in the European system, that is a consistent venture capital system that can give funds that probably are very important if you want to promote this kind of startup to something that could scale up and grow. So that's are the three key points that convinced us to think about what could be the move in terms of the economic progress. And the first one is thinking about the third mission. This is probably something which is a very European term. It's not, we know the pedagogical part, so the offer, the academic offer, the courses are what normally offered the universities. Then research is the second mission of the university. What is the third mission? Is thinking that you can foster economic growth and then use all the inter-industry and university cooperation in order to build up some kinds of relationship that can foster the progress, social progress. And by that, we can say that probably we can have some models that are important to think about this role of the university, because there is an innovative role, so using the research labs in order to promote new research and new technology, new intellectual property, so having a propulsive role in innovation, but also we can say a social role that is important in order to bring even the culture of a single area in order to focus on something that could be the promotion of this idea of growth. And what is probably not so clear, and I tried to fix up in the paper, was the entrepreneurial role of the university. So the role that even the university should have in terms of entrepreneurship, that doesn't mean to be a company. I never consider my university as a private company. We have a public function. This is very important. We are private in terms of the efficiency of all the activities that we can perform, the administrative activities and so on. But there is a function that is a public function, and this is the mission of the university. So using the way by which we can promote the social progress by being part of this entrepreneurial system. What is entrepreneurship as a field of study? We have plenty. You will have the paper, so you can go through the different areas of entrepreneurship. I don't want to mention here because of the time. But just think about what is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is innovation, a potential innovation. A potential innovation that normally is something that you have to consider is not undertaken and not really explored by others. So this is most of all what is important in terms of innovation. And what means the entrepreneurial attitude is to create a synthesis, to define something between probably what is the clear understanding of the needs of a certain area. We can say even stakeholders, markets, clients, and so on. But in this case, we can say stakeholders, companies, public administrations, and so on. And clear define which is the offer that is important for that kind of needs in order to be explored because of the ability of the university to do something in terms of creating human capital, fostering the culture, being able to do a lot of things. Of course, we have to consider that normally in this entrepreneurial attitude, there is another dimension that is important, that is the risk. The risk is something that is not so considered in the university side, because normally universities, and I mean in Italy we have a lot of state-owned universities, they do not accept the risk because they do not take the risk. So it is highly difficult to have an entrepreneurial attitude when you don't understand the needs of your market and you don't want to take the risk, because growth is risky and you have to take this risk, and it's your own responsibility as governance to think about what is important for that area. So having these three factors, what we can consider according the role of LUM in terms of our model. I don't define exactly our model, but I think that probably we have to consider something that is a case, in some way a case. And if we want to be considered as a case, I prefer to start from the results. The first is the competitive results. We have been growing since the foundation. The foundation was in 1995, but the accreditation in 2000. Since the foundation, we were constantly growing year by year. We can say inch by inch, in some way, meter by meter. Constantly growing in all our dimensions. The dimension of the physical facilities, the dimension, of course, of the students, the enrollment of new professors, the enlarging of the scope of the university in terms of doing some other. And we arrived to probably having this constantly growth in a mature market that is with a demographic shift that is downturn. So this is exceptional if you consider that we are in a situation in which the market is constantly decreasing. We can say, I don't like the name competitors. I don't think that we have to compete with the other universities. Of course, there is a positioning, a competition and so on, but there's much more than collaboration than competition. But anyhow, what we can say is that probably we have to focus on some areas that are areas of growth in which probably the market is decreasing. And if you are growing and the market is decreasing, probably that's something that you are doing that is, I mean, better than what our other competitors do. And so that's what we started by thinking in terms of our model. The second result that I mean is really meaningful is that our occupation rate of our students within 3 years from the degree is 94%. While the other peers, we can say, the other universities in the south are normally in the average of 68%. So we are performing as a Northern Italy university in the south in terms of occupation rate. And this is very important because probably why do you have to pay tuition fees for doing something? Because you are also have an expectation of growth. And this is important because when we have new matricula, where we have new students, there is something which we try to combine their lives and our lives, because their success will be our success. And that is the long-term perspective that is important in some way. The third result that I mean is important is that in a recent research of all the universities in Italy, we ranked first for entrepreneurial rate. What is the entrepreneurial rate? Within 3 years, the number of students that found a new company. We got 16% of our graduates that normally within 3 years found a company. And this is because we do a lot in terms of business planning, activities of development, mindset in a certain way for all the activities, not only for our students, but also we do some things for the future of orientation of high school students in order to think about that entrepreneurship is something that is important. So we believe that is important, and we train even not our students, we can say Apulian students and high school students, so the prospective students for us, in terms of new areas of innovation. If we look at these three results, and we had probably some others that are probably the expansion that I have as a rector in my 2 years of rectorate. I started with just 2 fields of studies, 2 faculties, economics and law. Now we added medicine and surgery, we added managerial engineering, we added food science, So we started to be cross-disciplines. And when we started by thinking this idea, it was not me to think what is important. It is understanding the needs of our land. So the state, the region, the governmental region asked for leveraging the number of the new doctors, we can say, MD, we can say, the new doctors in Apulia, because of the lack of the offering and the opportunity of the offering. No one in the system say we want to raise the number because of the investment. And we say, okay, we can do. It's not just by chance. Of course, we did a lot, but we had a new course of medicine and surgery, and in the selection date of 120 students that we can enroll per year, because the number is 120 students per year, we got 1,000 applications. But that's a result. Second, medicine, engineering, economics, law, and even food science have in common a lot. Because probably engineering is important for economy, for law, cybersecurity matter, we can say. It is important for medicine, it is important for even science, because the food science, the digital technologies in food, in hospitality, and so on. So our idea was not just growing with a bubble up strategy in which anyone say, I want to do another course. No, we asked which is the consistent market in terms of, and at the same time, my intention was to focus on a faculty very interdisciplinary, not undisciplined. Not undisciplined. Okay? Because discipline is important and you have to have a discipline. But cross-discipline, that is very important right now. If you want to do something in terms of innovation, you have to consider a cross-discipline approach. And this is very strange. When I was the dean of the Faculty of Economics, and I said to my colleagues, we will do managerial engineering, they say we are doing a competition within ourselves. We never have expect, because they were thinking about the lack of the new faculty hiring for economics. So this is a lack of vision. The vision is absolutely cross-disciplinary, not undisciplined, but cross-disciplinary. And this is something which we want to focus on. And in the end, you will have the opportunity of seeing the new campus that will be in the last, in the next months, our new home that is important for building up this entrepreneurial university. Let me say just 4 things that I asked myself by replying to the idea of what was the case, and which are probably a little bit general and not just refer to the case. The first thing to promote entrepreneurial dynamism is having a clear mission and a vision statement. For us, this is so clear. When that guy founded, Onorevole Senatore Giuseppe De Gennaro, founded in 1995 our company, stated the mission. The mission was draining the brain and let remain the brain within Apulia. While a lot of students started to go abroad, to go in the northern universities, and we lack of people, human capital. How can you be innovative if the best human capital go out of your land? So in 1995, he stated this clear mission, and let me just say that if we consider a bridge to what he said this morning, according to the DEF, then the way by which Onorevole Senatore Giuseppe De Gennaro survived to the DEF is naming the university. So the university is the memory, but is the future of Giuseppe De Gennaro, because he's live, he's totally alive, he's alive in any moment in which we are doing all the activities. So clear mission and vision statement. The second is a sense of ambition. We are ambitious. We don't want to be, my peer is not exactly who is next to me in my land. I don't want to be peered with some others that are not at the international level. So the sense of ambition was quite high, not extremely high in order to not be executable and actionable, but high. And if you want to set up entrepreneurship, then you should have a certain sense of ambition. The third pillar is a round and consistent strategy. I'm a strategist, so that's my role probably exactly as my field of studies since I've started my being an academic. And the idea is having a strategy, having a positioning, having and designing a clear understanding of who you are. This is part of what we started to give as a clear understanding of our positioning. And the fourth, let me say, the fourth pillar is the organizational context. Simple and efficient and quick. So the speed in decision is probably one of the most important parts. When we take a decision, there are just a few members of the Senate, the academic Senate. We just meet even informally, and we decide. While in other places you have an organizational context that is very complex, very bureaucratic, with a lot of, how to say, people that also bring political issues into the strategy. And this is not fair, because the strategy means replying to the questions of the market, to the needs of the stakeholder, not thinking about the politics of a group of professors that say, I would like to do this thing or this other. So these four pillars, the mission, the sense of ambition, the consistent strategy, and the organizational context probably are the fourth pillars of our model, if we can say a model. And it is something that brings up to be a real entrepreneurial university, because we accept to take the risk. And this is not exactly what normally we have, as example, in Italy. And the risk is ours, because money is self-financed, so the risk is ours. But it is important that this is not a for-profit orientation. We have a long-term orientation, and let me say, having even a foundation that is quite stable in the family of the De Gennaro family, I think this is something that means that we have a long-term orientation. While normally in the university you are just oriented every 6 years. Within the new rector arrived, a new group of politics that define probably which is the best way for And every 6 years they change. And after, normally, the enthusiasm of a rector is something in it. In 2 years, you lose any enthusiasm. So normally, believe me, because you start with the idea, then in 2 years is something which probably you arrive totally bored of all the situation that you are managing, so it's very tough. But the first 2 years, normally you set up the strategy. You say, I would like to do. Then in the other years, I start to execute the strategy. And after the other 2 years, you say, no, I'm looking for another job. So if this is the path of the governance, you can consider why our competitors, we can say competitors, do not have a long-term orientation and strategy, because they do not have a clear mission. They do not have a long-term orientation, do not have sense of ambition and risk, and that's probably what we can do best for establish. I don't mean that Oxford, Casa Massima is Oxford. Casa Massima is still Casa Massima, our town. But in the future, when we will say Casa Massima, I say Casa Massima normally in all the papers and so on, because I think that Cambridge is Cambridge, Oxford is Oxford, and then Casa Massima will be Casa Massima. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much to our rector for this inspiring and deep speech about how our university so young can be started to be defined as an entrepreneurial universities. And probably, I don't know if also we can start calling our university as a stakeholder universities according to the consideration that Professor Garzoni provided us. So now I am so glad to give the floor to Professor Park in order to understand more in deep which is the role of R&D investment for increasing the growth of university and the university role within the region and also within the territory. Thanks a lot, Professor Park. Yeah, okay, I will do it. Yeah.
Can you hear me? So I skipped this one. Okay? Okay. It's better?
Yep, but I think there's an online audience. I think you should use microphone.
Okay. I can try to talk with you while people are working here. Yeah, I am quite touched by the futures University of Oxford in the meaning of ethical university, and further by Antonello's statement about many imitating Oxford University in Casa Massima.
Casa Massima, great.
And further, very interesting move of this university toward the convergence science. I will talk about this matter a little bit in detail, but nevertheless, I will raise two questions to our students, not professors. I don't dare to raise questions to our professors, to our students. The first question is, I think we need a new terminology for management facing the so-called knowledge economy in the society. You don't think so? Management, probably you know, the management is a word which was true of the era of the second industrial revolution. Manus agere, manus, hand, agere, leading. Okay, you know this. No, the time is over. Now, here, we have to try to use this word, fantasment. You know fantastic, you know, here, fantasment. If you agree with me, please use this without counterfeiting my patent, okay? The second one, we are talking about the knowledge. I don't know about how the knowledge develops. We have been talking about the patterns of knowledge, implicit technology and explicit technology, or inductive method, deductive method, and so on. Okay, we are talking about the typology of knowledge, but knowledge itself, how it develops, who knows this? There are some psychologists in the United States and some people here in Europe talking about the emergence of technology, individually, in group, etc., etc. Yeah. Therefore, I coined a new word, universitology. We don't know about how the university works, how the development is being created, actually. Okay, this so far, so much before I begin with my statement. I am given 25 minutes.
20.
Only 20 years.
Yeah,
okay, I used already 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. My question is, yeah, okay. It's okay. Yeah. This calligraphic performance is not coming from me, even though I am academic photographer, not photographer, calligrapher. But this is coming from Confucius. About 2,500 years ago, teaching to his adherents or, let's say, students. Gunji, Fuji. You know what this means? This means, in fact, the origin of convergent science we are talking about. Yeah? The wise human being is not apparatus, or neither apparatus nor instrument. To be short, he is an expert in one discipline, one field. Okay? He is not wise human being. Very, very wise statement given by Confucius. He thought we should be multiple skilled, multiple talented in our personality. Okay, this is my message. Okay, I give this message to this university. Yeah, okay. So my question is, what can we do? What can the university do? Do we need a university? There were some alternative models, yeah, coming from the United States, Mexico, and even from the Western Europe, etc., etc. But let me begin with my past performance. I was involved in 4 cases of new establishment of universities. In 2 cases, the first 2 cases, I was back. No, back. Okay. No, once again. Okay. I was involved in 4 cases. People asked me to help. Okay. I was committed to doing that, extending help. In the case, 2 cases in so-called transformation countries in China and Serbia, okay, in the 80s and 90s. In both cases were located in remote areas, China, Serbia as well, and for the very slowly. Okay, 2 cases in transformation countries. You know the connotation of transformation. One is, I tried to skip the exact name. And American University in China, located in a triangle between North Korea, China, and Russia, okay? And completely failed in my sense, because that university had implicit intention, well, intention is implicit, but a purpose to make exercise missionarization, Christianization in China. Okay, the second one is in Serbia. But the university president was cooperating with the gang of Milosevic dictators, etc., etc. He got his university politicized, okay? Okay, in my sense, both universities are still existing, but it's completely failed. 2 universities in capitalistic advanced countries. The one is South Korea, and as you know, the increasingly low birth rate in South Korea. It's so difficult to recruit students for the local university. It's failed. And the other one is why engineering? I tell you, Yamagata Engineering Academy in Japan. According to law, the owner, the founder of the university had to deposit $1 billion before the university has begun. So he had not that much money. Okay, okay. So these universities had some similar points. NBA, omnipotent, everywhere NBA. I replaced this word by saying money-making agencies. Okay? I will talk about this in detail. I'm not so much happy with our village school everywhere if they don't do something like convergence. The other one is lack of visionary concept. The second, lack of combination of theory and the practice. People who've never been in the factory and the plant teaching how the functioning of factory and the production manager is working, etc. At my university, there are 2 chairs of production management. They have never been in Volkswagen plant, etc., etc. But teaching students just from the textbook, yeah, it's malheur. Self-complacent university leader, I have done something, yeah, in my area, in remote area, yeah, okay. I put it very short. Oversupply, mass production of graduates in remote areas versus extremely low demand. What happened? Brain drain. University for mass production of graduates is the concept of the second industrial revolution. Okay? In fact, the mass production of second industrial revolution is over, completely over. We have to make ourselves conscious of this fact. The science of individuality is dead rat, necessary, it is dead rat. Dott Rose, Harvard University's education psychology professor. I like his books very, very much. Not only Galen AMSTUTZ books about Buddhist Studies, which is very difficult for me. Professor Dott said, what can we expect of such a Taylorism standardized? Taylorism, as you know, Fordism, Toyotoism is a symbol of mass production. Yeah. What can we expect of such a Taylorism standardized word? Impulse of innovation. Antonello talked so much about the necessity of innovation. From where? How? In which ways? From which head? So, Todd Rhodes said, who criticized mass production of graduates and created a science individuality. Yeah, he himself created the think tank population in Boston, and they are doing much work in the field of individuality science, facing the fourth industrial revolution. Today, scientific management of Taylor remains the most dominant philosophy of business organization in every industrialized country. But many of the largest, most successful corporations are still organized around the idea that individuality of employees does not matter. Does not matter. Nothing. If you have a society predicated upon the separation of system conforming workers from system defining managers, how does society decide who gets to be a worker and who gets to be a manager? Very, very good question. Now, paradigm change, second industrial revolution, toward the fourth industrial revolution. I talk nothing about the connotation of these industrial revolutions. Factory as a main driver. What we had is mass production of goods, articles, and services, okay? And cost reduction was the main problem. And monodisciplinarity, departmentalization of management structure. So you know the typology of the management structure. Yeah? Probably you know matrix organization, team organization, or line hierarchy. This typology is very closely related to second industrial revolution. Do we have new typology of management structure facing the fourth industrial revolution? No, nothing. Nothing. Only one probably starts up. Starts up. Yeah. But that is our duty. Our duty, my dear students. And now, university is my main driver. University is a replacing factory now, yeah, because university is determined and doomed to creation of knowledge. Okay. Therefore, my new terminology coined by me is universitology. We have to deal with universitology. Yes. Okay. What are the multinational corporations doing? In the second industrial, foreign direct investment, these things are very attractive. Okay, just play the major role for inducing FDI, even in this area. Low wage level, tax advantage, public subsidy, quality of life. Now the paradigm has changed. Now we have to focus on accessibility to talent. We don't talk so much about human resource development. It's over. We have to talk about talent management, or global talent management. About talent management, I have no time to talk about talent management today. Digital infrastructure is absolutely necessary. Antonello talked about the digital transformation in this area. You know probably his article. And the convergence possibility is absolutely necessary. Absolutely necessary. And climate change is a new topic, not quality of life. Okay. Accessibility to talent. Oh, it's okay. Thanks so much. Multinational research and development centers. You see here, 5 centers. Okay. United States, two centers in Western Europe and East Asia, and India. Okay. But I don't like to touch upon these problems extensively, but nevertheless, just some data. Globally, we have to do with 5 centers, nearly 6,000 research and development centers, but they are doing basic research. In former times, Japanese multinationals focused on applied and development research. But the time is over now. They are trying to exceed the research and university cooperation. Everywhere the same, okay? So basic research is gaining increasingly importance. Look at this case, Israel. They have more than 400 research development centers by multinational corporations. As far as I know, in this area, Apulia, there is no research and development center. You know why? Probably you know much better than. The case of Samsung, 7 artificial intelligence in Cambridge, Silicon Valley, New York, Toronto, Montreal, Moscow, Seoul, etc. And 14 research centers, again, Israel, Bangalore, etc., in amazing country. So I think I skip gigs. Gigs can be seen also in the same line with the research multilateralization of the research and development center. Okay, I skip this. consider new trends for role of university. I wanted to talk about what should we do at university. Trend one is probably you know the theories about triple helix and quadruple helix and moving over toward quintuple helix. I am in favor of quintuple helix, but the question is how to make it work. Yeah? By which the academia, university is forming still the center. I said before, the center of the knowledge economy is the university. Do you have university excellence? How can we measure the excellence of this university? Do you have university excellence survey within this university? I tried to introduce the university professors' census in my university. Oh, I had so many enemies. This is a crazy guy. So we give all these things to the university and ranking-making institutions. We have at least 5, 6 university ranking institutions in the world, okay? Once again, no.
I'm sorry.
I'll be finishing very soon. It's a boring statement from me. No. Quintuple.
Okay.
Please here, look at this. First academia, university, okay? University is forming unchangeably the center of the new knowledge economy. Okay. For industry and government and media, mass media, and finally, environment. Yeah? So we're talking about the regional development in this area. Probably we have to keep in mind 5 main actors. So otherwise, as I said before, I am a fan of quintuple helix, but the question is, how can we organize this, and how can we make this quintuple helix work? Okay, go further. And the second trend, monodisciplinarity to conversion side. I skip this, you know, but I wanted to say something. This. Some examples. Design thinking in designs. Probably you can click design thinking in Stanford and Potsdam. And then ETH, University Zurich Institute of Technology. It's a Cortona experiment. You can check how they, professors, students, assistants, get conversions training. Yeah? We are in some village named Cortona in northern part of Italy, and Arizona Neuroscience Center, very, very famous. And Antonello was here in MIT. Mediac lab is also the symbol of conversions. Yeah. And now, MBA is combined with medicine, design, big data and analytics, and law, engineering, and this is the case in South Korea. Yeah. Let's go further. The other things are known to you. inclusion, interculturality, equity. I was surprised to see a photo collection here, behind here. I saw only Italian people. I have not seen any face of from Africa, Asia, and South America. What happened there? You have nothing to do with these continents? I asked myself. Next, toward the greenfield investment. Now, the foreign direct investment is moving from merger and acquisition, M&A, to greenfield investment. Tesla, Intel, Samsung, Vana, etc., etc. So my conclusion, expected cooperation for 4.0 era. I hope you have this message for you. Technical university, research university, entrepreneurial university. In the middle point, there must be a location for startup. Okay, I wish you get it. Let's go further. I just some words about the taxonomy university industry cooperation. The first one is a cohabitational university, small scale industry. We should accentuate the small scale industry, not only big companies. Okay, big companies are more powerful than one government. And I made some studies and I wrote some books about university industry cooperation. And so University of Lund is southern part of Sweden, Ideon Science Park. Please visit this Ideon Park. Just wonderful. I think they have the ideal case for quintuplex helix. Aarhus, in Denmark, is also very similar like Lund. Ulm, the birthplace of Einstein, is excellent. Berlin University, Technical University of Berlin, big and cheap, is also very interesting. The small-scale industries are placed in the former factory buildings of AEG and the Silicon Valley. I think Antonello talked about Silicon Valley. I was many times in Silicon Valley. And my elder daughter was working at the Singularity University in Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley's Singularity University is the incarnation of a convergence university. Just wonderful. And the Changwon University, he was there at the Changwon University. Okay, big firm dominated cooperation. I'm a little bit afraid, okay. Berlin Adelshof, Tsukuba, Antipoli in France. And, okay, I skipped. Next one. Okay, region in action. Let's build up starts up graded school here. Yeah, better today than tomorrow. I propose this. And the next one, that must be possible that taxi technology must be developed here. Yeah. Talking about industry university cooperation, we come to this problem. How about keeping our own technology, taxi? Not explicit. Technology, taxi technology from Polanyi. Please read Polanyi's book, The Great Transformation. And the region must be learning. This is very common sense, I think. And last point is very, very important. Talents go to talents. Talents don't come to averagely educated engineers and so on and so on. Okay, thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Professor Park, for this wide and really interesting speech, because you highlighted us also another relevant facts about the role of the entrepreneurial universities, that is the relationship with the region, with the learning region. And another important point to highlight is that you showed us and provided us not only best practice, but also some failure cases in order to understand what we need to avoid in order to build a successful university. So I really thank you for this speech.
Professor, if I am allowed to say something.
Yeah,
In former time, I was too much theoretical, so my wife said to me, "You are too much theoretical." So I tried my propensity toward the practice. Yeah. So I don't know, it was possible for me to work with the Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, with the Toyota, with the Samsung, and the Kia. That means I was involved in the car industry. Yeah, more than 30 years, and since I am not engineer, what can I do? I could do many things and contribute to upgrading of human resource development. When I go to these companies, now I don't say anything about human resource development, because the managers, they don't talk about human resource development in this country. They talk about talent management. And they have extra desk for talent management. And Volkswagen, they have manpower training center. It's very vague, very vague manpower training center. And so I was involved also in advising subcontracting companies. So I heard from many managers talking, you academic people, who can you advise? In which field? In Germany, there is some tendency, especially among academicians. Probably you know this. And engineers, these people are regarded as a little bit, if I am allowed to say this, low people. We are academicians, professors at the top. Now things changed, luckily, but still, this is still remnant, okay? But the people are talking about something like animosity or hostility toward new technology. But in practice, the factory hall 55 in Wolfsburg of Volkswagen was the first completely robotized assembly hall. Normal people didn't know about this fact. Yeah? So you see, for example, Golf, this is completely robotized manufacturing. Actually. But this kind of factory is quite difficult to see in Germany. But this is 100% robotized. That was happened about at least 25 years ago. You see, the company people, they are working by themselves something what they need. Yeah? And they have they had some distance vis-a-vis university people. Yeah. So I think if we want to have a triple helix or quadruple helix, quintuple helix, we have to open our university, completely open, and we have to upgrade our excellence here. Then they come.
Yeah, I totally agree with your idea, and what comes into my mind is also the organizational theory, the Japanese organizational theory of knowledge creation within the company. Because I think that model, strongly based on the concepts of tacit knowledge, interaction among people, a rugby team, could be also really applied within a university context in order to sustain the process of interdisciplinarity among the department, and so being able to create talent in order to solve the challenges of our time. So thanks a lot again, Professor Park, for your inspiring speech. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate your speech. And I would like again to thank you, Professor Chi, and all the speakers of this interesting track for providing us all their experience, cases, knowledge, research expertise in the field of university, industry, and territory interaction. So a great thank you to all the speakers, and enjoy your staying in our university and in our region.
Grazie molto.
Grazie a lei, grazie.
Although the space is a bit thinly populated, we can't really let our presenters anymore. I'll have to start again. Ladies and gentlemen, we should start now. It's already, we're running 40 minutes late from the original plan, so we should start. We have two online presenters. One from New Zealand, Professor Bano, and let me introduce her to you. Professor Bano, Saida Bano, and also Professor Tabada, Jose Tabada, formerly University of the Philippines, and now the director of CIDEF in the Philippines, will jointly present. But this one, the first one, will be presented by
Hi.
Professor Bano
Can you hear me?
on behalf of
I put down the sound of the
title will be Regional
dialect,
Comprehensive
so you can hear
Economic
me,
Partnership
because we
Agreement,
can't hear
RCEP.
you. You have some
Status,
problem with
issues,
the
and
microphone.
prospects of regional integration in East Asia and the Pacific. That will be for 20 minutes. And
Can you hear me?
Professor Bano, I will give you the final notice. 5 minutes prior to the end, so you have 20 minutes from now. I forgot to actually introduce about this topic. It's about groupings, human groupings. And the human grouping, this is natural, instinctive tendency for a human being. We tend to be grouped. It all depends on what kind of things we want to be grouped for. It could be skin color, could be
I can hear you.
economic
You can
state,
try. Go out,
position. It
re-enter.
could be something else. And we have very interesting three presentations. One is, as I just have read out, is regional integration in the area of Asia and Pacific Ocean. The second part will be on very interesting, again, grouping, which is called knowledge region. And thirdly, we'll be looking at how a particular region, the Asian and Pacific region, performed during the COVID-19 pandemic. So you will be seeing various different aspects of the performance and the origin of regional groupings. This is good. This will give us good contrast to the tendency to be localized.
Now I can hear you, but there is a lot of delay.
Localization.
Sorry? There is a lot of delay.
Picture of human tendency.
I suggested you to re-enter
Professor
Google
Bano,
Meet.
would you please start?
Close and re-enter. Close it and re-enter.
Yeah, try this.
Professor Bano?
Okay.
We can't hear you, Professor Barlow.
Try now.
Sì, ora di che lo presento io magari. Ok? Di che presento io magari la sua presentazione, va bene? Mi aveva chiesto questo.
Professor Barlow, could you please check your microphone, whether it is muted?
No,
non riesce a far funzionare il microfono.
non è la presentazione.
Connection problem? Okay. Say something, Professor Barlow. I think I hear something from you. Say something. No. Yes, that's hello, yeah, we can hear you. Could you please start?
Yeah? So what's the time frame? It was supposed to be 2:15, now it is already an hour past.
I was just told that there's about 20 seconds time lag in, transmitting the voice. So, yeah, that will not be a problem unless I just intervene. Okay, please go ahead.
So, कर दीजिए presentation. हाँ बोले कि start.
Maybe now it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay, now I think it's a real-time transmission.
Hello, so I'm going to start my presentation on the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP agreement, nature, issues, and prospects. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but...
Okay, one minute. I was just trying and so got here. I'm not used to this Google. I'm used to Zoom. I'm trying, okay, so these are outline. So introduction.
Yeah, please go
After
ahead.
the collapse of... Can you hear me, please?
Yes, you have 20 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, some introduction here that after the collapse of the WTO Doha Round talks, attention turned to regional trading agreements or regional integration as a possible fallback from a necessary step towards a WTO multilateral type of arrangement. The formation of Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership showed an increased interest on RTAs and their sustainability. The most ambitious attempt is the RCEP, RTA. It is composed of 16 countries and ASEAN members such as Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and 6 Pacific Rim countries, China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and India. But now it is to be noted that India withdrew from RCEP in 2019. So it is now only member of 15. RCEP is very important in terms of GDP. It has total GDP of about 28 trillion, which is nearly third of the world's total GDP. RCEP includes two of the world's largest economies, such as China and Japan, and RCEP was formed in 2012 and came into force in 1st January 2020, agreed by, ratified and everything by 15 member countries in East Asia and Oceania. It is the largest regional free trade agreement in the world in terms of total population, output, trade, and also investment flows also has increased. The main goals for members entering into the RCEP seems to create a modern, comprehensive, high quality, and mutually beneficial economic partnership that may help foster regional economic integration, regional security, technology transfer, cultural and religious awareness, and cultural exchange. Now, just this is some highlight reset. According to WTO, there is all RTAs have to be approved by WTO. So total is 353, and you can see Europe has the largest 159, and this is the distribution. Asia had 126, East Asia 102, so you can have a look about that. America 164, and Oceania 30, Australia 17, New Zealand currently had 13 FTAs in force and under negotiations, many of them. And this is in terms of distribution of population in RCEP, current one, by country and Asian. So this is the largest here. ASEAN is this, and you can read through, please. Okay, so it shows that the significance of RCEP. And this is GDP. So China, the largest, and then all these distribution, have a look, please. So in terms of GDP and in terms of population, it is potential. So RCEP is perceived to be an initiative of China as a counter to the 15 sponsored Trans-Pacific Partnership, which does not include China as a member. And after President Trump withdrew from TPP, Japan is reported to have taken initiative and leading role to sign this or promote this RCEP. And Japan is also it is renamed like Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. New Zealand is also part of it, okay? And so New Zealand, Australia. And US withdrew from their remaining 11 members now, okay? So what are the success? How do we evaluate, how do we make policy recommendations or suggest whether such a move will be beneficial, welfare increasing, or successful or not? So long ago, Professor Jacob Warner suggested some conditions, and those are very important to highlight. Then we could, you can have a look and could suggest or predict what kind of integration it is or would be. So the first one was the pre-union trade barriers among the member countries are very high. So once integration takes place, then tariff, other barriers are removed, and that certainly will increase efficiency, large market, economies of scale, trade will flow both ways. The union trade barriers with the rest of the world are low, so that there will be less diversion and less negative impact for non-members, for the rest of the world. And then the countries forming the union are many large in size. So we have seen that RCEP is pretty large. And the economies of member nations are competitive rather than complementary. That is yet to be decided. The members are geographically close to each other. And pre-union trade and economic relationship among member countries have been intense. So these are some of the conditions. And this is some other summarized share of RCEP population and GDP in these two diagrams. This is 2018 data, and I have already presented. So why it is there, it is also important because RCEP is large in terms of GDP, population, trade, and also very diverse group that includes Buddhists, Hindus, Muslims, Confucians, Christians, and many smaller religious groups. So no other regional integration group comes close to RCEP in terms of religious and cultural diversity among its members. Certainly not NAFTA or EU. So that signifies unity in diversity among these integrated nations, which is what required in this modern world. And this shows RCEP trade relative to the world. That we can see that both exports and imports have been increasing over time with some diversion. So what are the questions to be answered? So over the past decade, most RCEP members, when before forming this one, have experienced sustainable economic growth, resulting in hundreds of millions of their people being lifted from poverty. Development economies of the member are built for the future of RCEP. So the question needs to be explained, does RCEP satisfy the conditions for a successful union or integration? What do members gain by joining RCEP? How the members are RCEP compatible? Are these members of RCEP compatible with one another? Are they likely to cooperate, coexist as a member? Is RCEP viable and sustainable regional arrangement? And so there are some theoretical aspects that gains from trade and other cooperation. The RCEP is a move towards free trade. And we know that free trade is supposed to be the best policy promoting and creating welfare increasing effects, at least among the members. Hence it is welfare increasing. It promotes welfare by increasing output, trade, investment flows, technology transfer, employment efficiency among other members. Member countries have RCEP as potentially high quality agreement that addresses both traditional and new patterns of trade, emerging trade issues, including provisions for comprehensive market access and reduction of tariff and non-tariff barriers to trade and investment. It addresses cross-cutting issues such as regulatory coherence, competitiveness, and business facilitation, support for small and medium-sized enterprises, and the strengthening of institutions for economic and social development, regional security, peace, and harmony in the region. One more aspect that it also addresses the respect the New Zealand Treaty of Waitangi and indigenous people's rights and obligation of the Crown. So that's right. So some literature, very brief, it is fairly new one. Al-Qada, it's and co-authors using partial least square explore the relationship between the sustainable development and social entrepreneurship from the perspective of economic growth. And they found that RCEP member countries experiencing positive relationship between sustainable development and social entrepreneurship, which will eventually increase overall economic growth in the region. Park evaluated 2 mega FTA, RCEP, TPP, and found most of the member states in FTAs are more dependent on RCEP than TPP. A possible reason is that members of RCEP are geographically closer to each other, or the members of TPP are separated by vast Pacific Ocean. So employing gravity model, estimated impact of RCEP tariff preferences on Vietnam's export, empirical suggested the tariff reduction under FTA have contributed to the growth and diversification of Vietnam exports to RCEP market. And this is another one. Shimizu evaluated ASEAN Free Trade and ASEAN Economic Community and RCEP countries' economic development. The author has found that in the time of rising protectionism and resulting recession from COVID, RCEP will become more important. So these are positive aspects. And this is another recent diagram of GDP at market price. You can have a look at this is another showing the figures. So can I have a look, because I will get short of time. You can have a look in these figures. And population and growth of domestic, so it shows a steady growth over time. And foreign direct investment, that shows the world foreign direct investment, RCEP. So you see that it is quite a significant increase. ASEAN, okay, then New Zealand, Australia, India, but no longer there, China, quite significant, Japan, and South Korea. So you can have this trend, also you could see here. That shows the foreign direct net inflows, okay, and outflows. So you can have a look. So who are the gainers and losers? Gainers seems to be Japan stands to gain most with 20 billion increase. Of course, India, New Zealand, China, Australia, New Zealand, China, South Korea stand to gain through increased exports. Loser seems to be Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, whose exports may be reduced. Philippines about 100 million. But still, we cannot be a bit, they can also gain through some other activities. Gainers and losers can run along rich and poor divide. Overall, however, there will be net gain by the region as a whole. New Zealand expected to gain from access to large market for trade, investment, businesses, cultural exchange, technology transfer, sustainable economic and social development. Now there are
Professor Barno, you have 5 minutes left.
The focus of this study has been on the issues. Major issues, the first is size and composition. Is RCEP too large? And diverse, is it what implication of sustainability? Second, dominance by one member to another could read through the detail. Lopsided trade relationship, okay? And the role of history goes back to early history, conflicting territorial claims among RCEP members. Okay, China and South China Sea, Vietnam, Indonesia, other claiming some other territorial aspects. Then followed from the Russia-Ukraine war and the escalation of China-Taiwan tension. So members of RCEP may be forced to take sides if the war drags on. The members may take either side. However, they are still together and seems to be working quite okay. There is recent escalation of tension between China and Taiwan in the wake of the visit of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, followed by other contingent from the US Congress, is also a potentially divisive force. According to some, China-Taiwan military confrontation may in fact have greater potential effect on RCEP adversely than the Russia-Ukraine war. China has overlapping claim and on the South China Sea with neighboring countries. Okay, so this is some of those. So extra economic RCEP is primarily an FTA concerned with trade and economic cooperation. Okay, now I will say the RCEP viable and sustainable, show that there are economic gains to be achieved from being a member of RCEP. How these issues will play out specifically I have written down, you can read through later. Whether forces unity will dominate, divide forces vice versa, will determine RCEP will be viable or sustainable. This is sustainable development goal, but we conclude that we examine we have done that, but we have not demonstrated here that trade reciprocity among member countries are very reciprocal. Okay, the banks of payment are fairly near balancing. Some are a bit different. So China trade with RCEP member has been increasing steadily, while those of other members have been declining. RCEP of its size measured in terms of both population, GDP, China is likely to dominate RCEP in way Germany cannot do it. So this bit for select for some sustainable economic growth in the region. However, we conclude that RCEP members are on the road of achieving 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. And I have highlighted here these goals which are very important for transforming the world economy. And RCEP members can work together and working together to achieve almost all of them or some of them United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And so many other slides I have put in the appendix. So I request all of you to have a look when you have time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Bano. That was a fascinating presentation, and we will have questions from the floor and from Professor Neves, but we'll put everything in the end. Next part will be presentation by Professor Neves, Miguel Santos Neves at Autónoma University, Lisbon. And the title will be Knowledge Regions, Globalization, this is a very interesting term, globalization and social innovation towards a comprehensive approach to innovation. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And it's really a great pleasure to be here at Casa Massima and Dom University and share with you thoughts and views on this challenging topic that is being dealt with by OD members and also academics from LUM. I picked this topic, knowledge regions, globalization, social innovation. Why? Because I think knowledge regions have been, so far, strategic players in what we tend to call, which is a simplification, the globalization process. Because in fact we are witnessing a double process of globalization and localization, which are intermixed, interact, and have some dimensions which are complementary and others which are contradictory. And knowledge regions somehow have been middle players, right? Facilitators of this encounter between the global and the local. And globalization mainly related, localization is mainly related to the emergence and development of the knowledge economy in society. So we have macro regions, the EU process being speeded up to respond to globalization challenges, but then the micro regions have been the outcome of localization, and they have been the drivers of innovation in the world economy. However, these knowledge regions now are faced with many challenges. And the key challenge is the concept of innovation itself. There is ambiguity. There are different types of innovation. So I'll try to go through these three main points. What are the paradigms of innovation which are now in competition? And why they have been working separately? And the challenge is, of course, combining them and exploring their complementarities. Secondly, knowledge regions, innovation, and systemic competitiveness, how this has been working. And thirdly, what are the challenges for the future? Knowledge regions, social innovation, which is, of course, the critical factor now to be taken into account. And they're increasing strategic roles. So I think they are being asked to perform important roles in what is now the changing trends in our global economy. But are they prepared? Are they able to respond to the challenge? I think they have to meet specific conditions in order to be successful in that. So what are the paradigms? Basically, I would like to contrast the economic, technological view of innovation, which is very much influenced by Schumpeter's theory of entrepreneurship. It has been a dominant perspective. It is a micro perspective, mostly concentrated at the firm level. It has a supply side focus. It clearly helps distinguishing invention from innovation. Invention is not economically and socially relevant. It's a new idea, a new technology, but it has not been commercialized. It has not been turned into a product or a service which is valued by the market. We can find diversity of dimensions, as Schumpeter has made reference to, creation of new products and services, or even improve the quality of those products. New production methods, not necessarily absolutely new, but new to specific industries. So you can shift technologies from one industry to another. This is also seen as innovation. Opening of new markets. This is already the consumption perspective also taken into consideration. the acquisition of new sources of supply of raw materials or intermediate goods, and the creation of new organization or structural changes in existing organizations. And this innovation, this economic view of innovation, technological innovation, can have also different, let's say, intensities. It can be more radical or it can be incremental. Sometimes it is incremental, it is less visible, but is taking place. Sometimes it can be really a paradigm shift. You can have really radical change. Okay, so social innovation approach. This is a Dada approach. This comes from the sociology. It has been well before Schumpeter's theory. This has been crafted by the sociology theory in the 19th century. You see the writings of Comte or Gabriel Tarde on this. And really what is there is some equation of social innovation with social change. It's, in contrast, a macro structural perspective. It's not micro. Secondly, there was a first perspective of identifying social innovation with social change. But since the 1930s, since the domination of the economic paradigm of innovation, you can see also a change in the way social innovation has been looked at. And what is the big change? Is the fact that it has been seen as compensatory solutions to cope with the negative effects of technological innovation. So technological innovation is at the core, it's a driving force of economic change and economic development from the Schumpeter's theory, but this has negative outcomes. There you have to take into account what kind of specific solutions you can introduce to minimize these negative effects. And this has been so, particularly since the 1970s, this view of social innovation. It can cover many different areas. We talk about political and government changes. For example, when we talk about launching new models of public health systems, when we deal with social movements, the fair trade movement, the question of the human trafficking, anti-human trafficking initiatives, this is also an example of social innovation. In education, of course, this is extremely important. Today you are talking about inclusive education, the problems of people with disabilities and how they can and they should be integrated in the education system. Distance learning, this is also a very critical social innovation that has been now expanded to other areas, and social business. And here I give you a very interesting example, it's the microcredit. Microcredit started with an NGO project in Bangladesh, Grameen Bank, run by Yunus. And this is such a powerful social innovation that it had been generated then an alternative mechanism, microcredit, to traditional financial system. So, when we look at the literature today on social innovation, we really find a diversity of views that coexist. And so this gives you the idea, not only that there is a problem in terms of conceptualizing the relation between social innovation and economic innovation, but there is no agreement on exactly the nature and the impact of social innovation. I'll just mention here what I think are the three main conceptual views. The weak view, I would say, a secondary concept. It's basically voiced by the OECD concept, which is available since 2009, which is making it very dependent on economic innovation, which is seen as a critical issue. We can also find a middle ground approach, where social innovation is seen as innovative solutions to solve specific social problems, but in the context of the existing social order. So it's not questioning the structure of power, the functioning of society. How can we pragmatically improve small pieces the function of the system? And finally, we have another view, which is, I would say, it's the strong view, which goes back a little bit to the 19th century conception, which is structural change in social systems, empowerment, change in distribution of power, empowerment of the weak, political mobilization, social mobility, deep change in power relations and values. So we can speak about social innovation, we are perhaps referring to different concepts. And I think this is important to have into it. Why? Because today, I think, we are no longer, as since the 1970s, struggling with attempt to find specific workable solutions to social problems. We are really addressing a problem of structural social change if we want to address challenges such as climate change. What has been, as I mentioned before, the idea of incremental change, it's not sufficient. Today, we are really talking about a structural change needed. And that's where the concept of lifestyles, the concept of reorganization, reconceptualization of production and consumption comes in. So that's why social innovation is now absolutely critical if we want to understand the process and if we want to understand why we have been looking at innovation from a very restrictive and narrow perspective, which has been predominant, delinked from the concept of social innovation, seen as secondary, seen as not really important, and how the interaction between the two has been overlooked. And this has two important consequences. The first one is we are limited in our ability to understand the process of innovation, for sure. We are looking at innovation, taking it out of the social context. This does not make sense. Not only because innovation, technological innovation itself, depends on critical social factors, but also because these technological innovation has very important impacts on society, on distribution of income, on equity, on social relations. So you cannot delink both. So that's why these interlinkages, these fundamental interlinkages, this separation between technological and social innovation is not only artificial, but it has led to, I think, a very unbalanced outcome, which is the increasing contradiction between a profit maximization logic associated with technological change and a social unbalance, the proliferation or negative social impacts on societies from technological innovation, which has not been careful enough to anticipate what is the social impact of those innovations.
Mr. Nervous, you have
Yes.
5 minutes left.
Okay. So we need to look at the social context and structures that influence priorities in financing the innovation system. We have to take into account social innovation influences consumption patterns and consumer tastes, of course. Technological innovation has very significant social impacts in terms of employment, in terms of income and wealth distribution, in terms of change in social relations. So knowledge regions, this has been a critical actor. It is related with globalization, as I mentioned. the critical issue of tacit knowledge, know-how and know-who, these knowledge reasons have been associated with knowledge networks, the networks that produce tacit knowledge, in contrast with coded knowledge, know what and know why. And this is the critical knowledge for innovation. Knowledge implies different types with different strategic values. So we are here talking about the relevance of knowledge in producing tacit knowledge. But the fact is these knowledge so far have been mostly serving the globalization process. They have been instrumental in promoting competitiveness in the global market. Their limitations is the extent to which they have been able to foster social innovation. So they have been operating still in the mode of separation between technological innovation and social innovation. And this is the big challenge. Are they able then to cross, to combine, to explore interactions, to move towards a comprehensive conception of innovation, or they are still going to run in the same direction? I just present to you, but you can then see what has been the work of Robert Huggins, the 2014 index. It takes into account 19 different indicators like investment in research and development, the investment in education in different levels, the number of patents that have been registered, etc., etc. So the indicators, and then he established this index. If you look at them, you see, of course, San Jose, Sunny Valley, Santa Clara region is at the top, and you see an European one, Brussels, as the second most innovative and competitive region. And this is the critical point about knowledge regions, is competition, competitiveness has different stages. And what Robert Huggins is saying here, these are regions that have been, now are beyond the first stages. The first stage is factor competitiveness, low wages, natural resources. This is one way of competing. The other one is efficiency-driven competitiveness. You become more efficient, you use technological change, technological innovation to become more effective. And finally, you have innovation-driven competitiveness. This is the top. This is what knowledge regions have been doing. Of course, they have different sectors inside. I just looked and analyzing 10 different cases, I find out some common features of these knowledge regions. I do not have time to go into detail, but the high level of human capital, the ability to attract talents, it is extremely important. High investment in research and development, both public and private, and combined. Thirdly, a core group, strong core group, or knowledge-intensive industries and knowledge services. Of course, there are still traditional sectors, but these tend to become dominant. High level of social capital. Social capital here understood in the sense of Putnam's concept, meaning ability to cooperate, confidence building, to pursue common objectives. Also, these communities tend to be characterized by strong interculturality. Now, of course, there are different levels of maturity, but the most developed, because, of course, they attract talents from all over the world, they have been able to develop this ability. Also, new forms of governance.
Nevis, can you summarize your concluding?
New forms of governance,
1 minute.
more participatory forms of governance. This is already a bit of social innovation coming here. And also very high international profile. These knowledge regions have been developing para-diplomacy actions outside the international system, promoting their interests. So they are also changing the way in which states relate between themselves. So, just to conclude, knowledge regions are now faced with a paradox. They are somehow a product of social innovation, but they have been unable to foster social innovation in the full sense. So this is one of the challenges. They have not been able to solve three critical issues: increasing inequality and declining social cohesion. Knowledge regions more developed, the gap with non-knowledge regions have been widening. So how to respond to this challenge? Secondly, unsustainable development. Knowledge has not been at the forefront of innovation in terms of addressing climate change challenges, and this lack of integration between technological and social innovation. Why they are going to become extremely relevant and more relevant? Because we are going through a global supply chain crisis. The trend is going back to reshoring, to reorganization of national production systems, and to build regional supply chains. The US has been already strategically thinking about this. It's the famous Executive Order 14017, and this is going around. And knowledge regions are going to be critical in these arrangements. Secondly, climate change challenges.
Okay, thank you.
That's where
I think,
it comes.
Professor Neves, you can actually elaborate your views
Yes.
in Q&A session. I think we should move on to Professor Tabata in the Philippines. We can't keep him waiting, so you can elaborate. Professor Tabata, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Could you please start?
One moment, please. We need to set up our PowerPoint presentation. Like Dr. Bano, we're also not used to this kind of to Google. We're more used to Zoom. But we'll try to start. No. Can you see it?
Okay.
Okay, we can see your screen.
Hello, can you see my
Hello, please, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Professor Neves talks about technological change. At my age, I have some problem coping with fast-paced technological change. You have to deal with it. Well, my topic tonight,
Professor Tabata, could you please keep your microphone closer to your mouth?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but the voice is not very clear.
Not very clear.
So could you...
I don't know if that's my natural voice, but I am already straining my voice to the limit.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, as I was saying, my topic for tonight is somewhat outside the main theme of this conference, which is innovation and sustainability, but I believe it's just as important as the other topics that have been presented tonight, well, this afternoon in Italy, and probably even more relevant. It is something that has touched our lives, affected us in many ways, the economy, education, and our work, and leisure, and other aspects of our daily life. I'm talking, of course, about COVID-19, which has heavily affected us all, including, if I remember correctly, Italy. Last time I looked, Italy was no longer in the list of the 5 most affected countries in terms of number of cases, but I think it was, especially at the outset, it was very heavily affected by the pandemic. So the topic for tonight, which is slightly different from the one that appears in the program, is COVID-19 in the Asia Pacific, patterns, puzzles, and possible explanations for the differential performance of selected countries. And one moment, please. I want to go back. I want to go back to the outline, although you can see it there, you have seen it in the PowerPoint. There is just a slight modification. This is the new outline of my presentation. I only wish to add to a statistical analysis 2 case studies. All the rest are the same as they appear before you. The objective of our study is to update an earlier study which Professor Obama and myself prepared sometime in 2020, which was titled Why Countries Differ from in their performance in controlling COVID-19. Actually, looking back, that paper should have probably have been titled Why Different Countries Are, why some countries are better prepared than others in dealing with the pandemic. Anyway, this extension of that earlier paper will be an attempt to include other factors and developments after 2.5 years of the pandemic. In that 2020 study, we performed some statistical analysis using as variables, as dependent variable, deaths per 100,000 population, and a number of variables as independent variables, namely Human Development Index, population density, health expenditure to GDP ratio, medical doctors per population, CPI, that's corruption perception index, and past experience with pandemic as our independent variables. And the main finding was that these 6 factors explain almost 0.60 of the independent, the change in the dependent variable. The other unexplained factors that they cannot be easily quantified. So anyway, we are using, in this study, we are using the same set of sample countries, which you can see, 17 sample countries, differing in size from fairly big countries in terms of population like Indonesia, to small countries like Brunei, and to some extent New Zealand and Singapore as small in terms of population. We have here in our sample rich countries and not so rich countries and poor countries. And there are other features in which these countries differ. We did not choose them to be representative of countries all over the world, but in a sense they may be taken as representative of countries, as I said, all over the world. Okay, let's now go to the first table and look at it quite carefully. This table shows the progression of the number of COVID cases for each of the 17 sample countries from September 30, 2020, which was the end of our earlier study, until July 2022, which is when we obtained most of our data. I'd like to point out some important points in this table. One is the wide variation in the number of cases among the countries. Of course, there are variations that can be easily explained by the population of these countries. The countries such as Brunei and Timor-Leste having very few cases for the simple reason that they have very small populations. And but there are some, and the bigger countries in terms of population, well, naturally would probably have more COVID cases. And as we look at the evolution of these cases through time, we see that they are changing. The same ones with the few cases at the beginning had many cases at the end, and some of those with many cases at the beginning don't have so many cases at the end, and so on and so forth. For example, Vietnam had very few cases in 2020, but in 2022 surpassed all the countries except South Korea and Japan in terms of total number of cases, something that I never expected would happen, but it did happen. Some countries such as New Zealand also. New Zealand had in 2020 had less than 2,000 cases, but as of July 2022, it had 1.5 million COVID cases. Okay. The data, the number of cases that was shown in the preceding table are captured in these graphs, which show initially, as you can see, very close grouping of the various countries in the sample, in our sample. But towards the end of this is towards the end of 2021, we see them shooting up and separating from each other. And some of those very same countries that had very few cases are now having these many cases. While some countries that initially had many cases have seen their number of cases decline, decelerate, or remain flat. From those 17 trajectories, two general patterns can be detected. One, which I would call the Philippines-Indonesia pattern, is one where initially there are many cases, but towards the end, the increases tapered off for one reason or another that we will explain in some parts of our paper. This is the same pattern followed by Indonesia. Many cases are leveling off, a slow increase, and a leveling off towards the end of the period. By contrast, the case of New Zealand, by the way, New Zealand and the Philippines are our studies, because they provide drastic experiences when it comes to dealing with COVID pandemic. So see, for almost 2 years, the line of New Zealand is almost flat, almost horizontal to the, almost parallel to the horizontal axis. And then, lo and behold, in late 2021, jumped from 14,000 cases to 659,000 cases, and then doubled in another 3 months to 1.3 million cases. Very sharp increase. Well, South Korea has the same experience, practically the same experience as New Zealand. Relatively few cases at the outset, slowly growing, but then in late 2021, experienced a spike, very sharp spike. See, this is the case of Indonesia, which is similar to the case of the Philippines. We now turn to our second table, which shows us the number of confirmed cases, which you may recall from the previous table, the deaths. Well, 100,000 population. No, the deaths, total deaths, rather. Case fatality rates. Case fatality rate here refers to deaths over confirmed cases. And you have the deaths per 100 population. Number of people vaccinated in each of the 17 countries, and percent of population vaccinated. Again, we see a wide variation, both in case fatality rate and percent of population.
Professor Tabada, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Yeah, in case fatality rates, you have countries with as low as 0.10 and countries with as high case fatality rate as 3.20. And if you notice, the variation seems to run along REACH 4, the REACH 4 divide, with richer nations having lower case fatality rates and poorer nations having higher case fatality rates. The exception seems to be Hong Kong. for the rich countries, and Vietnam for the poor countries. Both are outliers. In terms of percentage vaccinated, as you can see again, the vaccination seems to run along rich poor country lines, with the poor countries vaccination rate running from about 50, as low as 50%, and the poor and the rich countries vaccination rate that is, belongs to Brunei. This is 97.55. This must be close to 100% now. Okay, graphically can be shown this, and you can see that high vaccination rate is associated with low case fatality rate, and vice versa. Okay, yeah, this is the same visually situation that I talked about a while earlier, with case fatality rate running from with the poorer the country is. And the same with death per 100,000 population. Well, medical doctors is also one variable that we tried to look at, and again, as you can easily see, the richer countries expectedly are better endowed with doctors and other medical professionals. Here is one for nurses. Okay. Now we performed, as I said earlier, we performed 3 regression analyses. One using, in order to test those relationships quantitatively within regressions. One of them using vaccination rate as the independent variable. The other using vaccination rate and medical doctors as independent variables. And the last one, the third one, using a set of independent variables. I think there are 6 of them. And well, the results are as follows. The regression on vaccination rate shows us an R-square of almost 0.40, quite respectable, with the right signs. And we have, when we added medical practitioners or doctors per 10,000 population, we improved our result almost 50%. Right signs and significant. But when we use 6 independent variables, we still improve our R-square to 0.68, but the signs of 2 or 1 variables are not correct. Still significantly. Okay. To cut the long story short, our overall conclusion is that vaccination is effective, especially in reducing case fatality rate, but it does not ensure against infection. Vaccination coupled with medical doctors, the presence of more medical doctors, as we saw earlier, improves the explanatory power of our independent variables. There are other contributory factors that cannot be easily quantified, but which are captured in our case studies. Unfortunately, do I have a video? Hello?
Hello. Okay, thank you very much. I mean, that was a very informative presentation.
Policy implication.
Professor Tabata, I think we should go to the next stage, and you can elaborate your view in conjunction with the question and answers. I'm opening the whole discussion directly to the floor, and you have 3 presentations. And if you have any questions, please indicate who you are asking and your question, please. Well, if there's no, yeah, please, Professor Park, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
But we have online audience, so please.
Grazie, grazie. Miguel.
Yes.
Thank you very much for
You have to stop.
your statement.
Yes.
I wonder whether you have a concrete example for social innovation as you talked about.
Yes.
Concrete example.
Yeah. Well, yes. I mentioned, of course, innovations that can, relate to the political system, decision making, more participatory mechanisms. For example, when in some municipalities you have people allowed to vote for the local budget, so it's not decided solely by politicians, but you have the ability to vote specifically, not only in the elections, you have the possibility to vote for your budget. And I mentioned also the microcredit process, which is a very important innovation, right? And many other areas of social business, what today is called social business, which range from cooperative businesses, from even in the agro-industry. I can mention, for example, in Portugal, we had a new system of looking at distribution of food for poor people, which is directly managed by the community, and which deals with food excess and spoiling what is your food supplies, and at the same time tackling the problem of poverty. So we have many examples of micro social innovation and then macro. At the level of the firm, I did not have the chance to mention that, but I think what we are now experiencing is a change, clearly, from the concept of corporate social responsibility, which is much talked about, which is still driven by profit maximization. Many, particularly big firms, they have been using social or corporate social responsibility for marketing purposes, to improve their image in the market, not really to solve social problems. So, and this trend is what we call now corporate social innovation. This is a transition we are now witnessing, and I think it's also a change within firms. So firms really trying to address specific problems of the communities where they are operating, looking outside and providing specific solutions. And this means, of course, incorporating an element of social innovation. So I think this is also at the micro level an important change.
Can you make it very short?
No, not to him, to Professor Bano.
Okay, please go ahead.
Professor Bano.
I think it's muted. Professor Bano, New Zealand. It's okay. Go ahead.
Professor Bano,
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Good morning, New Zealand. Professor Mano, I want to ask you, can you tell me to which extent multinational corporations contributed to the intensification of intra-regional trade?
I'm afraid we have a technical problem. Professor Barnos seems unable to hear us. We have to, I'm afraid, bypass her. Are there any questions in the floor to any of those three presenters? If you don't, can I ask you just quickly to Professor Neves? The knowledge block, is it, to what extent is a result of the economic and technological progress in the country or in the region, rather than as a promoter for future achievement? Is it cause or consequence?
The knowledge region, you mean?
Yeah, knowledge block.
Well, I can say that the process is very much about new kind of social relationships between different actors. So it's a multi-actor process. As we have been talking, crossing universities, firms, financial institutions, research institutions, local governments, regional governments. And in that sense, there is an idea that these networks have been a cause for improving competitiveness and innovation at the global system. Meaning that many of even the big firms who are the players in many markets, they consolidate their comparative advantages at the knowledge region levels before they were able to really compete globally. But at the same time, so I would say it's both.
Yes.
Because then, when this process is moving on, you can see the knowledge region. It's not only about these big firms, it's also about SMEs, clusters of SMEs. And so there you have an incentive and particularly positive conditions for these SMEs to go out and be competitive in the global market. So you have the two sides. And I believe that if we look at the global economy, the real competitors are knowledge regions, are not countries, are not firms, but it's the knowledge regions, the real competitors, because they are driving the innovation process.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have to close our discussion here. Please join me applauding for our excellent three presenters. Because we are lagging behind the schedule, I propose to the next moderator we'll have only 5 minutes break and come back. Is it okay? It's up to you. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. We can start our session. Let me introduce myself. My name is Candida Bussoli, and I am a full professor of financial markets and institution in Lung Giuseppe De Gennaro University. I'm also the Dean of the Department of Management, Finance and Technology. It is a great pleasure, a great honor to be here to participate in the Oxford Dialogue Conference, Emerging Trends in Sustainability and Innovation. And of course, it is also a great pleasure to be chair in the session number 5, which is related to sustainable and innovative approaches in a relationship with customers. So today we are going to listen to the presentation of 4 papers. I can see here the speakers, the presenters, and each presenter is allowed to speak 15 minutes. And then the presentation will be followed by a short Q&A session. So in the program, there's written that we have 45 minutes for the Q&A session, but I would like to ask you to spend, let's say, 10 or 15 minutes, 10 minutes, after each presentation. So after each presentation, I'll ask to the listeners if they have suggestions or answers or comments and so on. So I was saying that each presenter is allowed to speak 15 minutes, and I'm charged to manage the timing in order to avoid delays in the conference schedule. So I'll try to help the presenters to be in time, and I'll remember that the time passes. So when 10 minutes have elapsed from the start of the presentation, I will remember that there are only 5 minutes left, and then I will ask to stop the presentation. So I'm telling to the presenters to be in time, just because we need to listen to all the 4 presentations. Thank you. So we can start the presentation if you like, and we can start with the first paper, which is titled "Uncovering the Travel Habits of Italian Gen Z, a Post-COVID-19 Analysis." The speaker is Ms. Tarulli, and she is coming. And the paper is written with Professor Morrone, who is not with us, but, well, I want to give you the floor. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for the floor. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, just a few words to present myself. My name is Annunziata Tarulli. I'm a PhD candidate here in Lyon University. My PhD program is entitled Economics, Management, Sustainability and Innovation. Today, as a referent of my co-authors that are Professor Domenico Morrone and Professor Raffaele Silvestri, I'm going to present a paper entitled Uncovering the Travel Habits of Italian Gen Z, a Post-COVID-19 Analysis. Just a quick disclaimer. This is an exploratory research. This is the first attempt to analyze this topic in a post-COVID-19 situation. Therefore, our sample is not large enough to generalize our results, but the results that we have obtained from the elaboration is quite promising. So let's start with the presentation. The aim of this paper is threefold. First, it wants to identify those factors that influence the travel behavior of Italian Gen Z when it comes to travel in a COVID-19 scenario. In particular, it wants to understand whether the measure to prevent or limit the spread of the virus, as well as the power of digitalization, can help Italian Gen Z to cope with adverse situations such as the COVID-19 virus, and can help these customers to make their decision-making process easier. As well known, the outbreak of COVID-19 has affected the entire, represent a real-time challenge and is still affecting our world economic, as well as customers, as well as people, lives and behavior. Among the all sectors of our economy, travel and hospitality industry has particularly been affected by the spread of the virus, as well as from the restriction related to the containment of the infection. Indeed, as Batsukh et al. Said, the COVID-19 particularly affected this sector from at least 2 points of view. First, it imposed systematic travel restriction, and secondly, it increased travel anxiety, thus causing people, of course, to change their travel behavior and search for new strategies to cope with the virus. The COVID-19 virus is not the first crisis, external variable that affected this sector. Indeed, through history, we had different emergencies that affected the economy, such as SARS, N5H1, and etc. And studies on these past researches confirmed that there is a negative relationship between travel restriction related to safeguard public health and tourist demand. Therefore, it is important to understand how to cope with these infections, to these external variables that may interfere with our businesses. One way to overcome this crisis is the use of higher level of digitalization in the tourism sector. Indeed, through digitalization, it is possible to guarantee and certify structural sanitization, maintain social distancing, guest traceability, etc. But if we look at the research that is being made in this sector, we also know that there is a great interest also relating to authenticity and sustainable travel experiences, especially from the youngest. In this case, the Gen Z is really important, and the Generation Z, we have to explain that refers to those people that were born between 1997 and 2012, and this generation is important because differ from the others because of their intrinsic characteristics that make intrinsic characteristics, but also their actual and their actual and potential spending capacity. Therefore, it is important to deep the knowledge about this generation, also because the literature on Gen Z and tourists is not large enough, so we can contribute with these studies in order to give answers to hospitality managers, but also to politicians and other policymakers that are in charge of the tourist sector. Therefore, our conclusion and managerial implication can be extended to cope with new virus exposure or also other externalities that may come. For example, thinking about the war or another crisis that may interfere with normal business activity. This introduction will follow this agenda. After the introduction, I will explain our research question, then that is based on theoretical background. Then I'll show you methodology and the methodology adopted and the obtained results, and then I'll close with our conclusion, limitation, and future developments. Let's move to the theoretical background. The literature on tourist behavior is being analyzed since 1970s in different fields, from sociology to psychology and up to management. Therefore, there is the need to understand what happens inside the mind of consumers, and especially it is important to understand what are those factors, that are the stimuli that trigger and that influence their travel choices. This is particularly interesting when considering young people, because they are affected by different variables compared to elderly, and it is important to understand also what characteristics they are searching for when they travel. So another important thing is to consider what is the effects of external negative externalities that may come, such as the COVID-19 virus, and understand how to overcome these problems when there is, in this case, a health emergency. Therefore, we have to understand the strategies to use, and one of these is the use of digitalization and ICTs. The use of digitalization and ICTs is not a brand new topic, and it is already being used in different sectors as well as in tourism. Here, the digitalization and ICT's application changed completely the travel experience from the pre-purchases to feedbacks. So it is important to move with these developments and be prepared to answer research consumers' needs relating to digitalizing aspects of the stay. For example, self-check-in or check-out, or the using robots for cleaning or sanitizing, and so on. When we think about digitalization, we have to think about also the benefits that can be, for example, the increase of experience involvement, or achieve a sustainable image, or reduce operating costs through service automation and ensure competitiveness and long-term success. But we have also to be we need to be honest, because when we deal with digitalization, we have to deal with a huge amount of investments. But it is worthy to invest in digitalization and ICTs. But besides digitalization, another strategic tools that we can use to attract tourists in our tourism proposal is the use of sustainability, that is being found to represent one of the main features when it comes to evaluate a destination choice. So the need to focus on to use sustainable activities, but also characteristics among our business practice, in order to make consumers more aware of what we are doing today. Based on this, theoretical background, we developed 3 research questions that deals with the factors that affect the travel behavior of Italian Gen Z, the measure, how the measure that are supposed to prevent or to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 can affect their travel decision making, and also the role of digitalization when it comes to travels. To answer our research question, we designed an online questionnaire targeting Italian Gen Z tourists, and this questionnaire was spread through the Google Form platform in the period between April and May 2022. It ranged after a pretest. It reached a small sample of 100 respondents, and the questionnaire was made of 29 questions divided into 5 sections, where there were some questions that provided a 5-point Likert scale evaluation, where 1 and 5 represent a poor or a high match, whereas other answer was dealing with open or multiple choice answers. The analysis followed a 2-stage analysis. The first one was dealt with the characteristics of Italian Gen Z tourists, and then an exploratory analysis was performed to understand the factor underneath their purchasing behavior when it comes to travel. Before carrying out the analysis, a correlation analysis was performed showing a low, good, and medium positive correlation among all variables. Therefore, we confirmed that these variables are able to explain the phenomenon under study. And then we tested the robustness of the model and the adequacy of the sample through the KMO test and the Bartlett's test of sphericity, which measure resulted to be significant, so we proceed with the analysis. The exploratory factor analysis identified the 5 latent factors that are digital tourism services, purchase guarantees, influence of COVID-19 for health security, health prevention and care system, safety and quality guarantees. In this case, the first factor is strictly related to the application of digital tourism services in the accommodation. Therefore, our sample value digital tools when it comes to stay, and they are willingness to pay for these amenities. They're strictly related to the first one is the second, where the digitalization represents a kind of assurance for payment and for the stay, because there is the fear of cancellation, but there is also a money-back guarantee that is guaranteed by digitalization, digital payment and digitalization in the hospitality venue. Then we have the influence of COVID-19 for health security, and it contains all the variables that relates to the effect of COVID-19 on consumers, namely the influence on future purchases or the fear of infection, the COVID-19 concern, and etc. Then we have, strictly related to the influence of COVID, is the presence of national or private health services in the nation of destination. Therefore, that is strictly related to the restriction adopted for the new venue. Therefore, it is important to understand the level of sanitization about our future destination, because it helps to reassure consumers on the eventuality that they can count on a strong health system if something happens. Then we have the health prevention, then we have the safety and quality guarantees that are related to the influence of sustainable approach, certification related to quality and that are certificated by third parties, and influence of digitalization to prevent COVID-19 diffusion during the stay. Therefore, this is a factor that highlights the trust influence when using sustainability or certification or the use of digitalization during the stay. Although there is not, although exploratory, this study aims to give to managers, but also to scholars some useful insights. For example, it is found that the presence of digital tools during the accommodation is able to generate trust and perceived security. Also, when there is the possibility to have a money back refund, it influences the purchasing process because it instills greater confidence to the travel destination. Then there is the connection between information that has to be clear and the tourist sense of security, because the more they know, the better it is. Then the presence of national or private health services during the tourist destination affects the purchasing choices of future travelers. Quality certification, sustainability-oriented procedures, and the presence of digitalization that aims to prevent the diffusion of COVID-19 enhances consumers' trust. In conclusion, we can say that the managerial implications are very broad, as they stem from transport system to accommodation facilities, but also to activities and experiences. And they require the involvement of both public and private sector to cope with these externalities. Of course, our study is not without limitation, and it will be said that the COVID-19 virus will soon end, and therefore will not be considered a factor, an influencing factor. But we know that history often repeats itself, so we have to be prepared for future events, externalities, negative externalities that may come, and therefore we need strategies to mitigate these negative externalities and avoid that this sector will perform a relapse again. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to Mr. Rulli. So, as I said before, I would like to have our Q&A session after each presentation, if you like. Yes. I have no question, no suggestion about the paper. I read the paper. It was really readable. I enjoyed it very much. And I'm here. I hear the paper, of course, and I can read. Although it is in its embryonic stage, the study brings valuable information in designing and implementing future strategies for the global tourism sector. I agree, but also I agree with the fact that it is an embryonic stage. So my only question is, what about the future development of the work? Are you going to imagine to run quantitative analysis in order to study the causal relationship between the phenomena investigated, or what?
Thank you for your question. Yes, we are still collecting data, and we want to run a regression model in order to test whether there is a positive influence or negative influence about all the variables that we collected. In this case, we had only 20 variables, but the questionnaire was made of 29 questions with multiple items. Therefore, there is a lot of data that we can use to understand the real influence of this phenomenon and to forecast what can be done for to cope with this externality situation.
Okay, thank you. I ask to the listeners if there is any question or suggestion for this young researcher. Please.
I just wonder if there's anything distinctive about Italian in the travel.
We chose this segment because of their tourist flow. It is found that Gen Z are more involved in tourism as they want to travel, especially after the COVID-19 restriction, because they suffered a lot from this disclosure, and they want to relieve their this bad period by traveling a lot. We don't know yet what will be the next stage. If we want to test Generation Z from other countries, I'm sure that it will be interesting to make a cross-country examination, because it can give us also the some inch from outside. We can think about our tourism sector. Italy is able to attract a lot of tourists from abroad. Therefore, it is important to investigate also their expectation, the factor that influence their behavior. Therefore, yes, we definitely have to test a cross-country analysis, and maybe if we have time and resources, it will be possible to rebuild the test to the same respondents in 1 year or 2 years, in order to understand whether they changed their mind, if the COVID had a decisive impact or only a momentary impact on their behavior.
Please, thank you, Professor.
I have two very difficult questions.
Okay.
The first one is, you are talking we. Who is we?
Me, Professor Domenico Marrone, and Professor Raffaele.
Please tell me a little bit about division work.
Yes, there is a division, but we build up the framework together, and we work on the entire paper.
I think you have to clear, yeah, at the beginning of your study, okay?
Okay.
Who is responsible for what, yeah, etc. The second one, and yeah, in Germany the people call, in East Asia people call MZ generation. Okay. Okay. You call here just M generation.
Z.
Ah, that's sorry. Do you think finally you wanted to draw sort of a global trend of the Z generation?
Globally, I think it's quite difficult to test and to collect data from all the globe, because it requires a lot of resources, but also time and the use of third party, like
maybe it could be Annunziata, it could be interesting to analyze different kinds of people from different cultures.
Yes.
Because the COVID is a phenomenon which spread all over the world, and you could try to find some differences among different cultures. This could be interesting.
Yes, of
how
course.
how changed the mind of people coming from USA or Asia or...
Yes, definitely.
Okay, any other suggestion or answer? So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. We can move on and call Miss Cola Martino. Yes, she's the presenter of the following paper, and the title is Cooperative Credit Banks, the Impact of Digitalization on the Proximity Relationship with Customers.
Yeah.
So
Good
I
afternoon.
give you the floor.
Yeah.
Of course, as
Okay.
I said before, 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Chiara Colamartino. I'm a PhD student at LUM University, and now I'm going to present cooperative credit banks. This work is built, yes, with my colleague Marco Barone, PhD student at LUM University. So, cooperative credit banks, but in a different lens, the impact of digitalization on the proximity relationship with the customers. And so I want to start with the introduction, and I want to start with the theme, the topic regarding digitalization, because we know that digitalization is prominent among the instruments of innovation. And digitalization is important, fundamental for business, but also for banks. Why? Because we know that digitalization can help to manage choices, for example, designed to achieve some target or some customers. And so the banking sector, another topic, another big sector, big industries. All the banks joined the path of digitalization for their services principally. There was a real exodus in the last years. Several services switched from the counter, yes, to the internet banking, e-banking, mobile banking, tending to get customers increasingly self-sufficient in payments, for example, but also for in financial market, for example, yes. So now the topic, the issue is how the bank's organizational form has affected this process between digitalization and banking sector. So starting from this, I want to illustrate this distribution of banks in Italy. Because in Italy we have 51% of cooperative banks and 5% of popular banks. The other banks, for in-bank banks or commercial banks, are in minimum value than the others. And so, cooperative banks tend to be oriented to, for example, to the location near the nearness to region or for example, local SMEs or local customers. And by extrapolating new implications useful for local development, the reduction of branches may have reduced the proximity of this type of bank, cooperative banks. So it's different, the concept to nearness to proximity. So the research question of this work is following. And how does the weight of cooperative banks impact the provision of loans and deposits? Loans and deposits measure different variables in light of a reduction in branches due to the digitalization phenomenon. So the purpose is to delve into the moderating effect of the number of on-banking users on the relationship between the reduction of cooperative bank and core business activities.
regarding the literature review, I want to start with the cooperative banks to go on to digitalization in banking sector. After an analysis on the impact of digitalization on the banking sides, and the exploration digitalization in cooperative banks. Regarding cooperative banks, we know the feature of local and regional operation of this type of banks. And the relevant role of cooperative banks consists of operating in that designating area. The distinctive element of this type of bank consists in mission, but also statutory roles and support clients and investments in a different way than conventional banks, commercial banks. Regarding digitalization in banking sector, we know more about this because this exodus from the counter to the mobile banking is more spread in literature, but also in a concrete, in a real life. And his relationship with bank consumers is more important for cooperative banks, which have a much closer with their customers. So, particularly in Italy, because cooperative banks were born in Italy. And the impact of digitalization on the banking side, we know that usually a sophisticated and robust infrastructure, a big bank, for example, can be facilitated to permit an easier transition to digital than the others. In this sense, cooperative banks have more problems, more issues, also in terms of costs. Okay. And what is the digitalization in cooperative banks? This is an exploration, because the majority of the work centered on the analysis of questionnaires, which were aimed at investigating the bank's internal organization, also the ET. And the main activities of this type of bank include taking deposits and providing credit to household, individual entrepreneur, and the local SMEs. So, a research hypothesis starting from a direct and positive relationship between cooperative bank branches and loans dispersed in the various Italian provinces. We expected a different situation for deposit contracts as stated in the literature. There are also two moderating hypotheses in this work, in this paper, considering the determinants of the new technologies in the banking sector as a cross-cultural scenario. For this reason, for the cross-cultural scenario, we can talk about moderating hypothesis and not mediating. Okay, these are the following research hypotheses are formulated in this way. We have the first one to measure the negative variation of cooperative bank branches that has a negative impact with the total value of loans. The second one regards the moderating effect of the use of mobile banking services on the relationship between cooperative bank branches and the value of loans. The third hypothesis regards the negative variation of cooperative bank branches that has a non-negative impact, neutral impact in this sense, with the value of deposit. And the fourth regards the use of mobile banking services that has a moderating effect on the relationship between cooperative bank branches and the value of deposit. Okay, moderation is selected following the strategic management theory and practice as stated by Aginis et al. In 2017 and Dawson 2014. And for this work, we decided to delay by a period in order to limit the problem of endogeneity and multicollinearity. And after we chose the fixed effect based on the fundamental concern of the alpha and the individual effect. Okay. This is the conceptual model, because we have two direct relation between variation cooperative bank branches and loans, and the second, the third hypothesis, regarding the relation between variation cooperative bank branches and deposit. The moderating effect of mobile banking services is in hypothesis 2 and hypothesis 4. Okay, these are formula regarding the regression on loans without moderator and with moderator, and the regression deposit without moderator and with moderator. Okay, the sample want to investigate on Italian provinces, 109. Italian provinces is similar to nomenclature NUTS 3, precisely. Data refer to the period from 2015 and to 2021, and we noticed the disparities between the north and south of Italy, as just stated by Maggiolini and Mistrulli in 2005. In 2005, we have this situation, but in 2021, we have another interesting insight, because there are many differences in cooperative bank branches. These are distribution of cooperative bank branches, not financial institution, as in the previous slide, but branches. There was a reduction, real reduction of branches in 6 years, 7 years. Okay, the variable choice to the analysis are the following. We have loans, and this value is in thousands of euro, and they represent the loans for all cooperative bank per provinces. Deposits, and this value is in €1,000. COB is the sum of cooperative and popular branches, and HBU is the cooperative on banking users per provinces. Gross domestic product, yes, we decided to add this value, also inflation rate, because we want to add the connection with the real life, and in this sense, gross domestic product inflation rate can offer more insight to know more, yes, about loans and deposits in this sense. Sources are from Bank Focus, Banca d'Italia, and ISTAT, the Italian institution for data. Okay, regarding the results, I want to underline the value maximum of COB, the number of cooperative branches, 581. This number is higher in Rome and Milan, because in Rome we have superpopulation, but also legal address for many business, many firms. Okay, the inflation rate is a real value. Okay, yes, and the mean value for, in this sense, the mean of inflation rate regards 7 years period. So, okay, this is the correlation analysis, and we notice a significance at 1% for all correlation except inflation rate. And regarding the regression analysis, we have loans and deposit. For each one, we have a model without moderator and a model with a moderator. Regarding the loans, we haven't the moderating effect, but in the case of deposits, we have a significance in the moderator. Okay, and in this sense, we can say that there is a moderating effect on deposits, and particularly in the relationship between deposit and number of cooperative branches. we decided to obtain a fixed effect model following the Hausmann test. Okay. So the results are partially in line with the research hypothesis. The acceptance of the use of new technologies by customers has a greater impact on the management and opening of new deposits. And we noticed that physical presence of the branch is still necessary for the provision of new loans, because it's a place where there is a meeting between customers and banks and people. The connection between people and loans is more than the other service maybe. A null effect on loans can be expected as opposed to an effect on deposits. And deposits can be managed independently by the customer, by phone, for example, with the mobile app. So this study confirms the main role that these banking institutions still cover in relation to the territory. And there are essential insights for bank managers recommending the inclusion of digitalization in their services. Banks need to provide customers with the tools to operate directly from home. And the two macro themes involved in this topic concern the economy, but also the population. Regarding this case, we can affirm that there are provinces of Basilicata, Calabria, Molise, and Umbria. And there are lowest values that can be found both in number of home banking users, but also in number of cooperative branches, the number of cooperative branches in this area. In this sense, for future study, we can add a study on age of cooperative banking customers, but also the attractiveness of the technology services offered by this cooperative bank, but also the study can be applied to commercial banks and the branches of these commercial banks. So, twofold future purpose. The first one, the development of the banking system and some insights for the manager, but also the dialectic between internet banking and the customer age. So, thanks for your kind attention. And this is our first time of work. So I'm available to some questions, but also for some suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Salamartino. Well, I read the paper, and it was really interesting, and I would say also full of possible future development. I do not have many questions, but I have some suggestions to improve the work. And these are related above all to the methodology. The methodology, I think, is a good one. You explained the reason why you use those kind of models. You clearly explain the tests you use to be sure to run good analysis and good models. But I would like to suggest to include the analysis of the marginal effects when considering the moderation analysis. Otherwise, you can't discuss in a correct way the results of the analysis. Okay, so don't forget to do this in the future development of the work. And also, microphone, please. The microphone, please. Okay, the presenter is working to gain her suggestions. Yes. Please.
So thank you very much for interesting presentation. My name is Hirasawa, and I want to ask two questions. One is Italian cooperative bank advanced digitalization or not? Because Japanese cooperative banks of course, introduced internet banking and mobile banking, but cooperative bank depend on relationship banking. Therefore, cooperative bank don't want to introduce such a internet banking and so on. Therefore, I ask you one question. And another question is, how is the impact of COVID-19 on cooperative banks? Cooperative banks, how they react cooperative bank to COVID-19? Cooperative bank advanced digitalization or not? I want to ask.
Okay, thank you for these questions. First of all, cooperative banks in Italy, had this exodus from the counter, from the physical place to internet banking. So the first one question is yes, in Italy we have we assisted to this exodus, also in cooperative banks. And I believe that COVID-19, it's fundamental moment, fundamental time in the history, and also in this study, in this period, 7 years, to permit the concrete exodus, from the counter to the internet banking. So I don't know why in Japan we have this problem with cooperative. Maybe because there is a connection, near connection between the customer and the place, in this sense, customer and banks. But for example, in Italy we have banks. Okay, banks had to assist and had to convert services, bank services in mobile banking or on banking, for example. So yes, we assisted at this exodus in cooperative banks. The digitalization is arrived. Yes, arrived also in cooperative banks. For this reason, we studied this phenomenon. To understand that there are differences between commercial banks and cooperative banks. Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
yes.
Professor, thank you.
I have very simple questions.
Okay.
You are using only the physical distance relationship. Okay?
Fixed.
You say nothing about the connotation of relationship. For example, I give you some example. Everyday delivery relationship, in the case of hotel, in the case of fish restaurants, etc. Special relationship. Or in the car industry, there is something like supply chain. Customers, in this case, small scale industry, small-scale enterprise, including one-man shop. Probably you have also third or fifth tier of vertical supply system. I am very sure. Okay.
Yeah, maybe yes, and maybe.
May I say further, classifying automotive parts into 3 categories: whole parts, labor-intensive parts, and also commercial market. You can buy something like arteries in the market. There are 3 kinds of parts. Okay. And in the case of the second case, labor-intensive parts, back mirror, and the cup holder in the cars, etc., etc. These are coming usually from small shops. And probably you have these shops in your mind. And so I need from you classification, connotational relation specific definition of the relation between customers and banks. That your definition is very vague, very unscientific. Okay, please keep it in mind.
Okay, so yes, the relation in my mind, but also maybe in literature, the relationship between customers and the banks, in my opinion, cannot be similar to some cases, some example that you explained. But another type of case, yes. And I believe that our customers want to know more about this type of market or banks in general. So I believe that the relationship is different than your example, some example. But yes, I know that.
You said nothing.
Okay, excuse me.
Okay, so any other question or suggestion for the researcher? Okay, so thank you to Ms. Colamartino, and we can move on and listen to the third presentation. So, Ms. Barile, and the title of the paper is Phygital Environments for Customer Experience, how do 4.0, how do they impact on retail sustainability? And the paper was written with Professor Secundo. And so you can start your presentation when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Domenica Barile. I'm a PhD student in LUM University Giuseppe De Gennaro, and I written this research paper with the Professor Giustina Secundo, that is a professor in University LUM Giuseppe De Gennaro, Department of Management, Finance and Technology. The paper is entitled Phygital Environments for Customer Experience 4.0. How do they impact on retail sustainability? And the agenda of the presentation starts with the explanation of an introduction, the definition of research goal, literature review, research methodology, findings, and finally the conclusion. So, digital technologies in the sense of information communication technologies, or ICT, that is integrated into mobile devices but also into smartphones that are equipped with the internet, led to a mixed reality in which the user can immerse themselves and can have the possibility to use also different sense. The digital technologies are able to affect all the entire economy, but in particular affect the retail sector. So the digital technologies transform some processes, for example, sales or purchasing processes thanks to the spread of e-commerce, but also structures innovative customer experience in store, combine also the most important touch point that are the physical touch point and the digital touch point. And thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic had a great effort to the diffusion, so and also gave the possibility to start a new customer experience strategies. In fact, was born the phygital strategy that combined the physical channel with the digital channel and are able to create an on-life experience for the customer that is a unique experience, an interactive experience, but also a personalized experience. Phygital technologies in general, the most used phygital technologies are the IoT, smart digital signage, life-size interactive wall, the use of free Wi-Fi and Bluetooth in store that are able, for example, to send SMS to customer when they are in store, everything tax, the use of tablet and iPad, self-service technologies, but also mobile POS and the use of virtual reality and augmented reality. But another important element is given by the spread of e-commerce that create an increase on the online sales, but don't create a decrease in the online in the traditional sales. So it's important to realize this integration between the phygital strategies and the physical strategies and the digital strategies. The retail sector start to introduce immersive technologies, for example, in the marketing and sales strategies, and to create this immersive new experience. The research goal of the paper is to analyze the importance that phygital technologies can have for companies that belonging for different sectors, and in particular, what is the impact that these technologies have on the customer experience of users, but also on the perception of quality of services and overall the customer satisfaction or the creation of competitive advantage for the retailer. The following research aims also to analyze several case studies emphasizing phygital technologies implemented in store and the link with the customer experience. So the first guiding research questions is, how do phygital technologies affect the customer experience in retail stores? But another important element is given by the concept of sustainability. So the study wants also to identify the action that companies have to follow in order to create strategies, sustainable business strategies and sustainable business model through the use of immersive and unique technologies. And the implementation of sustainable strategies can be facilitated by the digitalization. So there is a link with the phygital technologies and sustainability. And the second guiding research questions is, how do phygital technologies affect retail sustainability? The analysis start with a literature review analysis that give great importance to the advent of internet, that in 1919 become real preponderant, and also to the introduction of smartphone that change the world of marketing, change also the retail, and leading to the spread of technologies that are dominated by the ubiquity of any time, any content, anywhere, any device. In fact, consumer had the possibility to connect everywhere. And digital technologies support also the spread of the omni-channel, and that realize an interactive customer purchase journey that not be interrupted never. So retail store is most affected by the introduction of these new technologies, and the biggest challenge is to realize this integration between the physical store with the digital store in order to create this new customer experience. And about the customer experience, the author Goethals in 2017 distinguished 4 types of phygital experience that are an informational experience that is useful to provide information to the consumer, transactional experience that is one of the most used in retail sector, and it is a type of experience that represents a stimulus for the customer purchase journey, for example, to a self-service at checkout. The entertainment experience that have the main objective to realize a sort of gamification of the purchase journey, and a support experience that enhance the customers and help the customer during the purchase journey and the purchase process. So the online channel create also an increase of the increased attention on customers toward all the sustainable topics. So this thanks to online and thanks to e-commerce, companies had the possibility to disseminate a lot of information about all the business practices adopted. For example, the use of recyclable packaging, the use of materials or sustainable with a sustainable origin. The COVID pandemic, as demonstrated by a study that is conducted by Accenture and the Worldwide Fund for Nature in Singapore, tell that the consumer become more aware of the role of sustainable strategies by influencing their purchasing behavior and accelerate also the implementation of the new digital technologies. So the sustainable concept became important in retail, and this importance is also shown thanks to the publish of sustainability reports and in which are demonstrating also goals, initiatives or progress. The European Commission in 2021 talked about the new paradigm of the Industry 5.0 that is based on sustainability, on human-centric, and on resilient paradigm. And in particular, we saw that in Industry 5.0, there is a new focus on the customer experience and on the hyper-customization, on a responsive and distributed supply chain, and also but on a return of manpower to factories. So, the following table that you are able to see is taken from a white paper published by Microsoft in 2021 that show several actions for different areas that the companies are able to introduce in store and that are sustainable action. So the area of focus are the headquarters, supply chain and logistics, product range and production, stores and customer and circular economy. This tools is in the next action taken and used for the elaboration of the methodology. The research methodology is carried out with a content analysis on the web, realized in 4 steps. The first step is a step in which are presented the sample design and the preparation of the sample. In fact, there is the identification of firms that are involved in digital technology implementation, the identification of the sectors in which firms operated, and the creation of a list of companies identified. The second step is carried out with an analysis of company action carried out online on the web. So we have the analysis of websites, social media, newspaper, academic journal, the annotation about all this information, and the annotation about information on digital technologies implemented by companies and the digital technologies that have an impact on customer experience. The first step represents the definition of framework of digital technology used with a list refinement and list aggregation and a literature review cases cross-check. And the fourth step represents the analysis of company sustainable action. And in particular, we have also in this case an analysis on websites, social media, newspaper, academic journal, the identification of the sustainable action framework that we are identified in the previous section, and the annotation of information about sustainable action and approaches implemented by each companies. The companies identified are 20 and belonging to different sectors. In particular, we have the retail and fashion and luxury retail sector, food retail, tourism, culture, and bank. And we have a case study as IKEA, Modivo.it, Nike, Adidas, Luxottica, Gucci, Starbucks, Sublimotion, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Museo Marta, Smart Pompei, and Credits Bank. So they are not an homogeneous case study, and belonging to they had a territorial origin, but also national and international. So this table represents the first output And we identify in this table the industry sector about each company, the phygital technologies that represent each company, the technology that they are implemented that an impact on customer experience, and also the types of phygital experience that realize. So the technology most used are the e-commerce, virtual reality and augmented reality, virtual showroom, drones, artificial intelligence and machine learning, the use also of digital signage and digital touch walls, virtual store, digital interactive dressing room. And we saw by this that the major implementation of phygital technologies is in big companies, belonging above all to the fashion and luxury retail and food retail sector. Some of the companies that have implemented many of these technologies list above for different functional strategies to improve the customer experience. And small company, we see also that small companies are ready to start this optimal phygital transformation to remain competitive in the market. So another element that is important is the collection of data that represent all the companies. In fact, all the companies, thanks to these technologies, are able to collect data and to identify the exact needs, exact desires of the same, allowing the promotion of products and services. The customer experience has been involved through the use of different strategies, including the creation, for example, of virtual stores with degree tools, the combination of physical store with the digital store with the implementation of the digital signage, the use of in-store app, but also the use of VR and AR. The typologies of phygital experience are mainly of a transactional and support binomial nature. In fact, we have these transactional and support experience in 7 cases, followed by transactional and entertainment binomial in 2 cases, informational and entertainment in 1 case. And next, we identify all the approaches, all the measures that the companies implemented in a sustainable strategies. And in particular, we see also that the sustainable approaches are adopted in particular by multinationals, so by the big companies. And that these are able to introduce these strategies thanks to the use of technologies. And these we show also that the action taken from the different areas of focus are headquarters, supply chain and logistics, product range and production, store, customers, and circular economy. What emerges from these phases of analysis is that sustainable action are explicit, so in the multinational companies, and that in general these companies publish annual sustainability reports. In fact, in the smaller companies, in particular for Sublimotion, Miravilus, Coditrip, and Museo Marta case study, we don't identify nothing about strategies implemented. We move on to the conclusion. So the retail is characterized by a constant reachability that is made possible by the technologies, by the characteristic of the convenience in terms of time, but also in terms of simplicity of purchase, that is characterized by the sustainability, for which retail pay great attention to the implementation of sustainable action and tends to enhance the human contact and maintain also the important figure of the shop assistants in the store. It is inspired also by digital and new technologies to create new ways to responding to customer needs. So stores in retail sector wants to create a new competitive advantage and wants to reevaluate the traditional store by aiming at an innovation store that can give value to customers. It's important also to underline that the creation of an in-store digital experience carries out thanks to the data collection process that may be functional to the increase in sales, in margin, user traffic, and can lead to an increase in customer loyalty and redemption. So the store of the future is a phygital store that creates an immersive, a unique customer experience and a complete customer journey. And this is the combination of data, of strategy, of supply chain, of sustainability, of technology, and wants also to create an on-life experience for customer. Thanks for the attention.
So thank you, Ms. Barile. Well, I read the paper and I really enjoyed it. It's really readable, very clear, and interesting, very interesting. And also something about my suggestion about the paper. The authors in section 6 of the paper list the limitation of the work. And among these limitations, you say that one of these concerns the case studies which are taken into consideration. So that's my main suggestion. The case studies that you take into consideration are not homogeneous in terms of the size of the firms and also of the sector. So I think this analysis could be really improved, trying to have an homogeneous number of cases, and of course in terms of size and sector, of course. And you know, I am professor of financial markets and institution, so I would like to tell you only one bank. That's a pity, because you know, the financial system was really impacted by the digitalization process, and many things are changing, and so why not? I ask you not to neglect the financial sector, and so you also say in this list of limitation that you are going to run a quantitative analysis, so to use in the future quantitative tools. And so my answer is, did you imagine a model, or what are the key independent variables of a possible quantitative analysis?
So we don't imagine the model, because we need to explore all other case study and other dimension in which the digital technologies had the possibility to have an implementation. So for the dependent and independent variables, we don't know in which way is possible to create this model, but sure is.
You're going to do it.
Yes.
You are thinking about it. Okay. So thank you. Any questions from the listeners? Yes. Thank you. Please. No. The microphone, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Your language is extremely advanced for me as an ordinary consumer. So if I went to a store somewhere in Italy or Manhattan, what would be an example of the kind of customer interaction that you're describing in this language?
Yes, one example, one of the case study, for example, is the Rebecca Minkoff, that is an industry, a fashion stylist that has a shop, and she realized a shop that is totally digital. For example, you give the possibility to try the clothes, the dress, only with the use of a mirror. So a digital mirror, sorry. You have, for example, a LED. This is not the correct examples, but for example, do you know the totem? So this LED that had the possibility to have an interactive using. and you can have the possibility so to use with the touch to select your clothes, your dress, and to try it only on the walls with the this digital instrument. Or another element is the virtual shopper, the virtual shop assistant, also that had the possibility also to interact with the consumer with this touch wall. So if you want a suggestion, if you want a counsel about the dress, you can call this shop assistant on this touch wall.
I promise to buy better clothes.
I have one very simple question.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
By 4.0, why do you concentrate yourself on physical condition? Why not non-physical condition?
Can you repeat? I don't understand. I don't hear the question.
The subject is physical environment.
Okay.
I think there must be also non-physical environment. Why this option? Why this option? Please give me the foundation for this strategy. And the first question was, that's a very simple question.
Yes.
4.0 in the soccer game, 4.0 is terrible result. Do you think with the fourth industrial revolution?
We chose the terminology digital environment because we are in this new paradigm that, and this new paradigm is also disruptive. In Italy, there are some example of store or some example of a disruptive implementation of these technologies in the physical environment. So we chose these terminologies for this because we are move on to a transformation that realizes an integration between physical and digital and become so digital environment.
Thank you very much. So I'd ask if there are questions, some question? No? Okay, thank you to Ms. Barile. So we can move on and ask Mr. Barone to come. And the last paper is the title is Survey on Customer Perception on Environmental and Social Practices in the Italian Banking Sector. The paper was written by Mr. Barone, then Mr. Conte and me. So I ask Mr. Barone to start the presentation if he's ready.
No. Good afternoon, I'm Marco Barone, and today I'm going to present a work done in collaboration with Professor Bussoli and Dr. Danilo Conte related to the perception in the banking sector of the environmental and social aspects toward the customers, and this could be considered an antecedent work of a wider work that we are developing in this period with Professor Bussoli. And we, first of all, we want to analyze the context in which there is an increasedness in the sensitivity and interest toward the corporate social responsibility, but especially toward sustainable teams from the customers in all around the world. And for this reason, all the firms, not only in the banking industries, have to implement in their strategies some ESG or CSR strategies to capture some different effect in terms of cost reduction, but also to intercept the customers' in interest. But these studies concern the financial sector that is considered from some works, for example, Lehman 2004-2005, as a strategic determinant for the sustainable growth for the economic development in general. And is important, especially after the 2008 financial crisis, 2007-2008 financial crisis, to restore for the banking sector, for the financial sector in general, their image. So in this study, we want to analyze the customer perception of CSR practices in the banking sector, in the Italian banking sector, and we use a structural equation modeling on data collected through a survey on 955 individuals from November 2020 to January 2021 via Google form. And the results are, these results attribute more importance to the environmental items than the social items, even in the banking industry, in which there is an indirect effect on the environment in their activity. For example, we can expect an indirect effect in the investing service, but not a direct damage on the environment. So we expect a different effect, especially on the social items. We start our analysis through the literature review and divided this literature review in two parts. The first concerned the CSR and the banking sectors, and as is highlighted in the literature, the stakeholder needs are the prominent issue for every kind of firms, but in the last period, especially for the banking sector to, as I said before, restore the credibility after the 2008 crisis. And they use this kind of strategies to enhance the trust of customers for themselves and for all the financial sector, because we know it is linked together. And in Italian banking sector, that is in the European legislator, there is different laws in which is important the disclosure. The disclosure is mainly related in the European sector, in the banking sector, to the human resources, the community, products and services offered, but also and especially in the investment to defend the retail investors. And the main flow of information are provided by website and social reports by the banks. The second part of the literature is connected with the CSR in the marketing. We have two main definitions in this slide. The definition of green marketing, Polonsky 94, in which there is the necessity to have the minimal detrimental impact in the satisfaction of all the needs of the human. There is a sort of balance between the two kinds of needs. And the social marketing that is not developed like the literature about the green marketing, in which there is the adaptation of commercial marketing technologies to program designed to influence the voluntary behavior. And the CSR marketing is seen as a differentiation strategies to have a competitive advantage, and we can understand that for a sector such bank industry, in which we have very standardized product, this could be a good method of differentiation of the products. We can think about the ESG products that we have developed in the last period. However, we are talking about ESG from 80s, I think. And we have to merge these two kinds of literature review, and we have seen that banks have an high customer engagement with different touch points, such as the branches, the ATM, or home banking, as in the previous paper. There is a strong power of differentiation because this is a need for the banking sector for what we have said before, the standardization product. And also, there is an ethical responsibility influence loyalty through the trust. In fact, as I said before, this is an antecedent work on what we have developing, in which we want to analyze the perception of CSR and the brand image with two mediators, the satisfaction and the trust. So with this, the conclusion of this work are the starting point of the other. And we have some important confirmation. In fact, in this work, we want to confirm these three hypotheses. The first refers to the environmental activities that are positively related to perceived sustainability of the Italian bank customers. The second is related to the social component. And the third, we want to demonstrate, we want to analyze if the environmental component is more highlighted in the customer perception than the social factor. This is not so logic view. The methodology used is the SEM analysis, traditional SEM analysis, in which the data are collected through the survey method via Google Form from November 2020 to January 2021, and we divided the analysis into parts. The first with demographic questions, and the second through the implementation of 6 factors, 6 items, 2 for the environmental dimension, 2 for the social dimension, and 2 for the perceived sustainability dimension. We have created these 3 latent variables on 955 complete and usable questionnaires, complete for what regarding the second part of the analysis, not the demographic questions. And we also developed a confirmatory factor analysis to have an evidence of the robustness of this model. The first results concern the demographic results, and there is a good differentiation in the gender, 49.95% of male and 49.74% of female. The age are mostly under the 40 years, and the minimum is 17 and the maximum 76. Also, the demographic results on the monthly income in euro, the major part of this cake is between the 1,000 to 2,000 euros per month. And we have the rest is mainly a quart of the cake in the first same branch is from 0 to 999%. And the length of customer relationship in years is above 10 years. And this is in line also with the age, because we have a good differentiation in our sample, in our data. And also we know that the majority of the sample have a relationship only with one bank per time. The results include also the analysis of the education grade. So the majority, 46.49%, have a high school degree, followed by master's degree with 30.89% and bachelor's degree with 11.83%. The occupation is, in the majority of cases, full-time employee with 38.32%, and student, freelancer and then students, near 16% for both, and then fixed term contract. Entrepreneur only 7.43%. The type of bank is commercial bank in the half of the cases, and followed by popular banks and cooperative banks. And the results from the confirmatory factor analysis, we can see there is a good level of average measure of 0.5, that is the threshold for all the factors, the three factors. The composite reliability is above or very close to the threshold, especially it's a good level for the environmental factor. Environmental factor that have some good approximation with Cronbach alpha. We made the Cronbach alpha for each item, so not only on the factors, but the overall results is 0.63, so there is a good approximation, a good validity, convergent validity of the models. Also, Kaiser-Meyer-Hawkins show a value in all cases above the 0.7, that is the threshold. For the fit index, we have a chi-square very low with a p-value not significant at 1%. That is what we want, because we research a lower chi-square, good of fitness. Also, the two terms related to the residuals are very, very good under the 0.05. And the CFE and the TLE are very, very good, measured than the threshold of 0.9 or 0.95, so it's excellent. And here we can see the measurement model and results. And we can say that our hypotheses are all supported. In fact, the environmental component is significant at 5%. The social component is significant at 5%, and also we can say the coefficient of the environmental component is greater than the coefficient of social component. So we can say that the customers, Italian banking customers, have a greater attention toward the environmental component than the social. So in conclusion, we can say that Italian banking customers perceive environmental and social component positively, so this is the first two research hypotheses, and they are more sensitive to the environmental items than social factors. In this work emerges the strategic nature of the non-financial disclosure related to the reputational restoration and consolidation after the crisis, and the future research actually we are studying another kind of models in which we use two mediator effects give by satisfaction and trust on the relationship between our last latent variable perceived corporate social responsibility on the brand image in the banking sector. So we are going after this work, and the practical implications are typical. So the financial institution have to take a step forward with respect to the social obligation imposed by the European banking legislation, because as we know in the European banking legislation there are some norms concern the disclosure about the environmental and social issues. So thank for your kind attention, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank to Mr. Barone for the clear presentation, and I want to say that I have no suggestion because I'm one of the co-authors, so it's not the case to tell what are the limits of the words, but I know, and we are trying to improve the paper. The paper, as Mr. Barone said, is a preliminary work, so the subsequent analysis, which is currently being defined, will analyze the existence of trust and satisfaction mediation factors between the perceived CSR and brand equity. So we are working nowadays just to improve this paper, but we are very...
All this work is a limitation work, because we use this work to have evidence, confirmatory analysis on the perceived CSR that we want to use for another analysis. And the first results are positive. We have find something positive, some mediator effect of trust and satisfaction in the relationship between perceived CSR and brand images. But is another work.
Yes, that is the, it's another paper, but well, please, thank you, Professor. The microphone is coming.
Yeah.
Me déplacer.
No, maybe we can't hear.
I'm very sorry.
1 minute, please, Professor. Okay, now you can.
We experienced four presentations. Nearly the same method, same. That you all of these things were put into a formula, very uniform. I would suggest, I'm coming from the university, I experienced advising students probably more than you. So still I am doing this one. So why don't you prefer to case studies? Okay, I could make some concrete suggestion. The relation between customers and, okay, let's say banks, okay, very typical relation, but looking into this relation, there are many kinds, different kinds of relation. Supply chain relation, then the banking or financing mobilization plays a different role than a very independent one-man shop, daily shop. And also as I said before, one-day delivery service-oriented small-scale industries located in local areas for restaurants, for hotels, etc., etc. So you can go through all kinds of small-scale industries in this area and put these small-scale industries into 4 or 5 categories. Then you can go to these companies for the purpose of making case studies. This brings more fruitful results. This is my opinion, even if not my philosophy. Yeah? These kind of things. Everybody does the same thing. Yeah? So it's probably just for you, our students here, I wanted to make a sort of recommendation. So one profound case study is much better than very complicated, econometrically sophisticated study. Yeah. You know the name Putnam, American economist, sociologist who coined the terminology social capital, which is very true of the northern part of Italy. Yeah. Please read that book, Social Capital, by Putnam, very famous. Probably it is good reference for your work. Yeah. Your northern part of your country is closely related to social capital, which the other European countries don't have.
Thank you. Thank you for the valuable suggestion, Professor. Thank you. Okay, any other suggestion or question? Okay, so we can say our session can be considered closed. I thank you all for your kind attention. I thank all the presenters for their presentation, for their works, and so we are moving in the next part of our day. Thank you very much. Good evening.